Meeting of the Maynard Board of Selectmen to order at 7 o'clock, and join us all in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
There he is. Oh, he missed it. He came on.
We'll do it again for Jason. We'll do the pledge again.
You missed my opening. You missed my opening thing.
Sorry, Chris.
It's okay. All right. The first order of business is public comments. Do we have any public comments this evening? Okay. No public comments. Move on to agenda item number 2. And make a motion to accept and approve the minutes of June 17th, 2015 as shown.
Let me just check which ones are which. So I had a question on one of them. June 17th, you said? Okay,
Yes.
I'm okay with that one.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Any comments on the minutes of June 17th? All in favor of accepting the minutes? I'll make a motion to accept and approve the minutes of June 22nd, 2015 as shown. Second?
Second.
Any comments on the minutes of June 22nd?
Yeah, wasn't there a third set of minutes that we were, that you had sent, Becky, you had sent out and said, here's round 3. Those were the ones that I had.
Those are,
The third round.
July.
So they're not in here yet. Okay, fine, then I'm okay. Never mind. I'm good.
Any other comments? All those in favor of accepting the minutes? Okay. Next on the agenda is the correspondence items A through M. I make a motion to accept and approve the list of correspondences as shown A through M. A second?
Second.
What's your name? Any comments on the correspondence items?
Let me see who I am.
Okay, no comments. All in favor of accepting the correspondence items A through M? Okay, item 4 is the consent agenda. And I make a motion to approve the consent items as shown. A second.
Second.
Any comments on the consent agenda?
Chris, can we have some additional explanation on item D, Boys and Girls Club of the Assabet Valley one-day permit for September 19th?
Who is the
Assuming
consent?
that's the road race?
Yeah.
Who is the, Can we give that back to you, Becky, the consent envelope?
It's in the packet. Just, I'll see if I can quickly find the page number for you.
Yeah. Is nobody here from the BGAV?
Where's the page number? Come on. 47 in the packet.
Okay. Yeah, Becky gave me a copy of that. But, so I assume that we will, based on the letter, but beyond that, like to just confirm that we're going to do pretty much what we did last year, Kevin?
Correct,
Okay, so all the same, it'll be a segregated area.
yes. Segregated, roped off, delineated area. ID check, the whole setup is, last year being the first time doing it.
I'm pretty sure the chief reported no problems last year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, no other questions?
Okay. Tim? Terrence? No. Dave?
I'm good.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the consent items are shown. The next item of business is the public hearing, but it cannot begin until 7:15. So, we skip to item number 10, River Street parking discussion. Kevin, do you want to talk about that one at all? A little bit, the River Street?
Yeah,
Want me to do it?
yeah, so the current situation, as you know, the town acquired and closed on the property as of June 30th. The current status of the property is, it's vacant. At this point, it's chained off. There's no access or use of the lot. The intent behind the agenda item was to discuss a more formal policy with the board on what their vision for that lot would be. When the board was discussing the purchase of that property, there was a few variable potential options for uses of that lot. It was also tied in with a lot of the conversation we were having at that time with the Maynard Business Alliance and some other folks with regards to parking needs of employees and overall parking as a whole, particularly with the impact of the parking deck spaces being lost, the rail trail project coming online, the net loss of parking spaces. It's a big issue. During the conversation that we had early on back in the spring was perhaps we could look at putting in a policy in place for a permit type of parking that could be enforced to provide business owners to purchase permit parking for their employees to park there during the day. There, in turn, help free up some of the available downtown parking that may be directly on-street parking or, in the basin areas where currently employees may be parking for an 8-hour period, where if they had a dedicated parking space that they could potentially free that up for the customer base. Since then, we've had some other side conversations. I know there was some interest potentially in possibly offering some of that parking as potentially a resident kind of permit parking as well. I know there's a need in that area, particularly on the row houses that don't have parking assigned. We're going to have parking impacts certainly a year from now when the rail trail project gets underway in some other areas of town on Railroad Street and Florida Court, et cetera. So there's going to be some other potential displaced parking areas that, residential parking is currently being provided that they're going to see be lost or certainly drastically minimized. So, as I said, the condition of the property is that we essentially could be ready to open it up for business as soon as a decision is made. There's currently 32 striped lined parking spaces that are available. The facilities manager and DPW have conducted an analysis of the safety of the actual parking lot with regards to the lighting that's there. Have made some recommendations on how that might be able to be improved, and also now that we own it, be able to address some concerns of a particular neighbor that the lighting is detrimental to or causing some issues with. So we're looking at that piece, but as a whole, it's really back on the board to kind of have a bigger conversation of the vision for that lot and taking into account the parking needs impacts that the town is going to be seeing a year from now as well.
Kevin, were you envisioning the permitting parking, especially for residents, to be at a cost, or was your expectation just to give out stickers to people who happen to live in that general vicinity.
Yeah, the resident parking is somewhat of a kind of a new conversation. I never really ever envisioned purchasing this lot for residential parking, or certainly to replace, by paying money for a lot that, is going to put us back in the same predicament as far as use. What my initial thought was that, in the conversation we even had with the Maynard Business Alliance, is perhaps some of the businesses would be willing to cover the cost, some fairly nominal fee. I mean, nothing outrageous, but certainly I think a fee is more than, reasonable to ask. But it was a discussion with the Maynard Business Alliance on being able to, would they be willing to pay for their employees for X amount of parking spaces. So yeah, I think there would be some annual nominal fee, and then we'd assign it. That would then give the police department the ability to step up enforcement, because at this point, it's a public parking space, and without any restrictions in there, there's no, there's no restriction, so there's no enforceability.
Other than the fact that it really hasn't been publicized, is there any reason why, for the time being, you can't, or we can't open it up for parking now, and then get the businesses on board as we go along for the parking? That will give us time to put up signs and everything else down the road, rather than just having it sit there. So maybe
thought was it becomes very difficult to break habits.
to break the habit.
So currently, under the prior owner control, it was privately owned.
Yep.
He allowed his own and maybe some friends to store things there, so it hasn't been accessible to them. We had some internal conversations about, well, what if we just, let the chain down, if you will, and let people park there, and then 3 months, 4 months from now, try to say, you can't park there anymore.
Right, I get you.
The thought was to try to, leave it as is, closed off. It hasn't made any negative impact in the sense that nobody was parking there before. So until we got our arms around what we wanted to do there, assess the lot, make sure, that there was we weren't putting potential people parking there in any type of risk or anything like that. We've done that. I think, I would caution opening it up because of that reason.
Fair enough.
It took us a long time just to get one vehicle out of there in the 24-hour period.
I guess my thought process then would be to begin the process of at least getting whatever you're going to use for permits
Right.
ready, whether it be stickers or placards or whatever it happens to be. In the meantime, engage the business alliance to find out, how can we make it work so that it's fair for all those parties, and also the property owner down there to talk about their tenants having what they would be willing to pay for parking.
Yeah, and I'm not certain where exactly they're parking now, because they didn't have the access to that lot. But
It's a combination, based on conversations that we had, on street when available, clock tower.
that was
open.
the other
Yeah.
big impact, is that Walnut Street parking for a clock tower on Mill and Main location. Since that ownership changes, that a lot of that row house parking tenants were parking in that lot. They've since been told that they cannot park there. So that's a good point. I think that was a big impact that kind of came around the same time, like within the last month or so.
I have noticed that there's more cars parking along that
And that
stretch.
street as well has a 2-hour time limit on the
Yeah.
posted signs too, so
Yeah, the biggest impact is because of that Walnut
I
Street
guess
private
the
parking.
next question then would be, do we have any idea as to how many cars we're talking about relative to the row house in particular, the white homes?
I don't. I believe there's 10 units
We
there.
might want to find that out, and then that will tell us how many of those 32 spots we're giving up, right away. So at least then we have an idea as to what's available for the businesses. But
Yeah,
I think as we get out of the summer and we get to the shopping season, so to say, we want to have as much parking available downtown for the business owners as possible.
So we never had the conversation, as a board of the residential piece, so that we haven't, we've discussed
we had
it.
it.
But
We had it, but it was not something that we were considering
right, that's what I
in the
thought.
past.
So that, before we spent too much investment with time with committing anything to the property owner of a, private tenement housing that, if is that the direction the board is even interested in exploring, is providing any residential access, or do we simply want to have it as a restricted parking lot for, for Maynard businesses, employee parking type of thing, on a permit-based system? I don't know if there's a desire one way or another.
I'd be interested in pursuing it, for sure. I mean, we've already had people come into the town hall specifically about that in that area, right? So, I mean, they are residents as well. So whether it's that parking lot, or whether we transition off the street parking to resident parking with stickers there, and we take those spaces and put them in the 32, there's potential to talk about some sort of, positive outcome for the people who live there. They need to park someplace, and the landlords aren't currently making that available for them. Maybe they don't have to, but it's probably something in our best interest. Otherwise, we're going to have, people parking in spots that we normally wouldn't have.
If you want to table the conversation,
Yeah, we'll
perhaps,
table
Mr.
it
Chair.
for
I
now
think
and get-
Andrew may want to weigh in on this as well.
Okay,
But
all right.
a lot.
So at 7:15, we'll open the public hearing, a liquor hearing transfer license. And I'll read the notice. Notice is hereby given in accordance with Mass General Laws, Chapter 138, as amended, that a public hearing will be held on Tuesday, July 21st, 2015, at 7:15 PM in the Michael J. Giannotis Meeting Room of the Maynard Town Building on the application of transfer of an on-premises all-alcohol license from Karen Restaurant Group, LLC, at 86 Powder Mill Road, Maynard, Mass., to Stephen Trumbull, DBA Fine Arts Theater Place, at 17 Summer Street, Maynard, Mass. A copy of the application is on file at the Board of Selectmen's office. So,
Good
You guys are
evening.
up.
How is everybody?
Good, how are you?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrew Upton, representing Steve Trumbull. And with me, Steve Trumbull, the proposed manager of record and also the owner of the theater and the business. We are here today to ask for your approval of a transfer of the liquor license to the theater. The theater is a small operation competing with theaters across the state, and it is the trend in Massachusetts and nationwide for theaters to draw patrons with increased amenities, including alcoholic beverages. There are over 20 theaters in Massachusetts that are licensed to serve alcohol. In Boston, Cambridge, Methuen, Tingsboro, Dartmouth, Framingham, and probably several others that I can't name right now. Besides the competition with other theaters, it's important for movie theaters like this to compete with people who are getting video in non-traditional ways. It's so easy now to watch a movie on your phone, on your tablet, that in order to make money and get going economically, it's important for theaters to do everything they can in order to draw the patrons. So that's the reason why we're applying for this. We believe there is a public need for a license in this location. The patrons have expressed interest in it, and the economic necessity is fairly clear. Just a word about the safety program. Every time alcohol goes into a theater, people are concerned about sales and service anytime alcohol goes in anywhere. It's our commitment that this theater will be one of the toughest places to get a drink in the whole town. Every person involved in service is going to be tips trained, including the manager. We're going to have a policy that you must show one ID to get one drink. That means if I attend the movies with my wife and she's sitting down in the seat and she says, please go get us 2 glasses of wine, I go up, I show my ID, they'll only serve me one. They won't serve me a second drink to bring into the theater. She's got to come up, she's got to show her ID. Every person who buys a drink will be carded every time. We will be charging competitive prices with restaurants. This will not be a place to get cheap beers, cheap shots, pitchers, anything like that. Things will be priced similar to restaurants in the neighborhood, so there'll be no incentive to overconsume based on price. We will have a distinctive cup set As you know, movies typically serve giant sodas in paper cups. We're going to have small, clear plastic cups for alcoholic beverages, so the servers and the ushers, as they go back and forth, will be able to recognize anyone who tries to make a switch. The main thing we depend on for safety of service and consumption issues is the movie-going experience itself. Most people get one drink. Most people get one drink and get one round of food before they go to the movies, because once you're in the movie, there's no commercial, there's no injury timeout, there's no halftime, there's no break, and it's very rare for anyone to come out of the movie during the movie to get food now, and to it would be to get a drink in the future. The only reason someone takes a break from the movie that they paid $10 to go see is to go to the bathroom. Most people sit through the whole thing, and they don't want to be interrupted. So that's our biggest single safety measure, is that all research shows in the movie industry, and Steve's experience shows in the food service, people don't come out again to get more of anything. That's an overview of how we'll do the safety program. We also like you to consider the character and fitness of the applicant. It's very rare in the movie industry and in any alcoholic beverage license for there to be one owner who's also the manager, so he has complete and full responsibility for sales, for service. He is currently qualified for 2 liquor licenses in restaurants he owns in New Hampshire, so he has plenty of good experience in the sales, the service, the supervision. And he's also the owner. So alcohol will be a marginal increase in revenue, but it is not by any means the driving factor of this business. So he knows that he has to be very careful with the license and with service, because a multi-million-dollar investment is at risk should anything negative happen with the liquor license. Just to touch on a few points, we don't believe this will generate any increase in traffic. People are already coming to the movies. Shouldn't have any effect on noise in the neighborhood. As I said, the patrons have expressed support and interest in having this amenity. There's been no opposition from anyone we've talked to in the neighborhood. It's a unique use of a license in town, and still relatively in Massachusetts, although it is the trend in movie theaters. So I want to give you an overview of what we're asking for. Steve himself would just like to say a few words, and we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Andrew. Since I've been in town, I've owned the building for 2 years. In fact, we were just designated as historical last Friday, historical commission, so we're proud of that. Movie theater is not going to be a place where people come and drink. Movie theater is not going to be a place where we're not going to be open during the time. We're not going to be open in the movies to be selling alcohol. It will be the time that we're open for movies. So if somebody wants to come in and get a beer or wine or a cordial, they can. I don't expect it to make any big changes in what I've already done in the town. I think a lot of you are aware how much I love the theater, what we've done there, and what we plan on doing there. We worked hard. The historical part of it is great for us. I don't want to change anything. We've gotten a lot of great feedback since we opened the theater. It was a long time coming, and it's worked out very well. We don't want to hurt that and change it in any way. But if you look at theaters that are around, and we looked at data and what people are charging, not just for concessions, but for movies, which is an average of $14, even not too far away from us. And we're only charging $9.50. We're charging $7 for seniors, and we have specials in the summer for kids, which we're having now for the movies. None of that's going to change. I'm not trying to purchase this license and get approved so we can have a grand old time. It's just to supplement some income to make the theater work. It's because right now I'm getting close, not there yet, but we're getting close, and I'm not putting my own money in. My goal is at the end of the year, and if I break even, I've said this all along when I first met you all, I'm a happy guy. I don't expect to get rich there. I don't expect to make any money there. I'm a businessman, yes, but this is something different. This is something I care about, something I'm going to be doing when I sell my other businesses, and I want to make sure that I assure you that I'm not going to do anything that's going to be unethical or anything you wouldn't approve of.
And I just,
I have my word on that, and that's all I can give you. Because I know it's kind of a different, like Andrew said, not everyone applying for a license for a movie theater, but people has asked us if it'd be nice to have a beer, be nice to have a glass of wine, or a cordial, or whatever it may be, but I don't really see it being a problem with people coming up and getting drunk, because we're never going to allow that.
and if I could just make one more point, this will not be, there will not be an opportunity to hang out and have drinks here. I mean, not that that's likely anyway, but in order to get a drink, you'll have to have purchased a ticket. So it won't be open to the public to come in off the street. So I think that'll be a further regulatory aspect.
Questions, ladies and gentlemen?
Questions, you're open to questions.
I'll start. First thing is, Steve, thank you and for what you've done to the theater, because it's revitalized Maynard for us in many ways, and people are really excited to have the theater there, and I know you and I have discussed that. And
Yes, you've been in.
I'm a real fan of your business. And I want this to work for you, but I'm a little concerned about some of the issues because I'm not familiar with how it works. So I'm trying to get my hands around it. First off, currently you have mostly teenagers working there. My understanding, and Becky can confirm this as our expert on all things alcohol, not the way that sounds, Becky, but you know you know what I mean by that. I don't believe that any teenager or anybody under the age of 21 can serve alcohol to anybody. So therefore, it would seem that the majority of your employees would be unable to participate in that aspect of the business. So my question is, first off, how do you make that work? And secondly, is the alcohol intended, because, you know, we got the diagram and it's just the theater. Is the alcohol plan to be sold right there at the counter with the popcorn and everything else, or is there some other plan in the works? I guess that is the first question.
Well, the first issue is that Mass law says that you have to be 18 to serve alcohol. So we will not allow anyone to work in alcohol service that is under 18.
Does that include anybody at the concession stand, or anybody who just serves?
Right, I mean, there might be a ticket guy who's under 18 or a popcorn person over there, but they can't touch alcohol, they can't serve the cups, and they can't ring it in.
You have to be 18 to serve, to actually take a cup and put alcohol in it. And we have 3 18 years olds, but not to interrupt Andrew, I would hire someone just to work in the weekends and nights, just to serve alcohol. I'm not saying we're going to serve a lot of it, but there will always be somebody there 18 years old to serve the alcohol. No one would ever be allowed to serve alcohol unless they're 18 years old. I guarantee that.
This wouldn't reduce the opportunity for kids to get jobs at the theater, would it?
We're hiring 4 new kids. We haven't had any turnover.
Well, that's because it's so much fun.
And the kids having a great time. The kids are all from the community. They're just great kids. And we've been very lucky, and they've been having a lot of fun. They've been doing a great job. They know I'm anal, and they keep the place really nice. But 3 of them are going to college. And so we've taken applications now, and we haven't taken any since we've been open because, and a lot of kids have shown interest in it because, let's face it, it's a pretty cool place to work compared to like maybe a Stop and Shop or a Shaw's. But anybody we hire is probably gonna be 18 years old.
I may have some follow-ups, Mr. Chair, but that's it for current.
Jason?
Yeah, I guess I echo some of David's comments, Steve. I guess the other piece of that would be if you have 1 or 2, if you go to not saying it's a bar, but if you go to a bar, the person serving your drink may be 18, but the 3 other people behind the bar aren't 15, 16, 17.
Correct.
So I guess there's a little bit of concern there from me. I guess, to be clear, so you would purchase at the counter and then carry into the theater?
Correct.
I guess my other concern on that would be, you know, Mr. Upton, you sort of discussed it, you know, one ID for one drink. You know, I guess, is there anything to prevent anybody from walking into the theater and handing that one drink to somebody else? And I'll be honest, I don't know how, I know there's a lot of these types of facilities now, including, I think, some nearby. I'm just not familiar with, I've never been to
One
one,
new coming up.
so I've never been to one, so I really don't know how they work.
Right, well, we've done a canvass of a number of theaters, and we've tried to put together all sort of the best practices that they use. And the one drink, one ID is key. The movie-going experience itself is key. The distinctive cup set is another issue, because, as you know, you get a big giant soda when you're at the movies, and, you know, beer and wine is going to come in cups that are instantly recognizable as different than that. So when the ushers walk through, which they will do every 20 minutes to half an hour to keep an eye on things,
We do that now.
they'll be able to see if there's anything going on. You know, can we eliminate 110% of all risk? I don't think anyone can do that. But, you know, it's our license, our business, and we're taking it seriously. And, you know, frankly, for someone to pay good money for a drink and then give it to someone else, you've got two people who are violating the law in there, and we're looking out for it.
Jason, just as expand on that a little bit, like Andy just said, I mean, I can't look you. I have never done it since I met you, and I'm not going to start. I'll only do more things with Maynard, but I can't guarantee 100%. All I can tell, we do the best we can. If somebody buys a drink and they bring it and give it to somebody else, well, that means they're buying it because somebody's underage. And of course, we'd be walking through, and we do now anyways. Make sure the air conditioning's fine, the heat's fine, make sure, because kids use, the texting drives us crazy. Okay, to the point that almost we have to take their phones away. It really does. It disturbs people in the movies. People come out of the movies and complain. The only thing we've got complaints on, since we've been open 7 months, is texting. And we have it on the screen. We go down every 15 minutes. And there's always, that's the worst problem we've had since we've been open, is texting. Jason, I can't guarantee it, but I can, again, just give my word, we'll do the best we can to monitor it. I don't see the movie theater as a place to come and hang out and have drinks and get drunk. We're certainly not going to go by and let kids that we believe are underage drink. We have, and since we've been open, found empty bottles. We've found nips. We've found ginger ale cans, Coke cans. We smell them. There's beer in them. I'm not going to lie to you, we have. Do we do better with that now? Yes, we're learning. We do better. I have a restaurant in New Hampshire. I have one in Lakewood. I mean, it's a little different in a restaurant business where a movie business or movie theater. But it has happened. And now we're being really cautious. We can't ask women to open their pocketbooks. That is just totally against the law. So we do go up and down. I mean, you know, they're getting pretty clever sometimes. They'll put a beer in a Coke bottle or something like that, or a Coke can. But it doesn't happen very often. And it certainly wouldn't happen very often. When we sold Jason a glass of wine, it's going to be a distinctive cup. And if you give it to your 16-year-old son, we're going to take it away from him.
How about, Stephen, again, I want to emphasize, we've all been kids, so, and I don't think anybody's going to go to the movies.
I used to break in that theater when I was a kid.
I don't think anybody's going to go to the movies.
I did. I'm a good guy, but I did.
"Quote unquote, get drunk." I don't think that's, I agree with you there. And I also want to say
I'm in the back door to go in the movies.
that
Not
none
the
of this has anything to do with your integrity. That's not in any question. So that's not the issue.
I understand. Thank you.
The concern, I remember as a kid, Friendlies used to have these things called fribbles, you know, a big, huge glass. And I know there's a police officer in the room, but I think the statute of limitations is gone. But the kids used to fill up those fribble things with alcohol, with beer, and go to a baseball game, the high school baseball games, with their straw in it. Nobody ever knew. Well, they probably did.
Nobody's
Nobody
allowed.
ever said.
That's a good point, Dave. But nobody comes in with big cups. What we're seeing is when we find something afterwards, it's usually, I don't know who they are, it's usually nips, and they put it in their drink. Because they leave them there. I can't believe they leave them there. We have found some smaller beer cans.
And just for the board's information, typical movie theater, say charges $10 a ticket. $5.50 of that goes to the movie studio who made the movie. The other $4.50 goes to the theater operator, and it's typically just about enough to keep the doors open and the lights on. So the concessions, the food and beverage, are the most important aspect of the business. So, not only do we care about not violating the law, we care about not letting anyone bring in outside food for our own economic reasons.
No, I understand that, and I think my concern, as I tried to express at the outset, this is new to Maynard, and it's new to, I knew that you had an interest in doing this, but I guess my vision was a little different, because the ones that I've heard of that have alcohol at the theater have tables and chairs that people actually sit in, some like reclining chairs, from what I understand. You don't have that, and I get that. So I'm trying to get my head around how it works in this scenario, and I'm wondering if it's been thought through enough at this point to make me comfortable. And that's, I'm listening, I'm going to listen to the rest of the questions, but that's sort of where I'm coming from at this point. I want this to work, because I think it is a good idea, and I think you and I have had discussions about how you could possibly get the Red Sox games on there against the Yankees or something, and have that for the Patriots on a Sunday, and how exciting that could be.
We're working on it now.
Yeah, so
I can tell you that the way that it works in Somerville, the way that it works in Arlington,
there's one in Clinton too that they have.
The way that it works in Methuen, the vast majority of theaters, it's alcohol service. Some places have a place where you could sit down and drink it, but every single theater you can bring it in. And the so-called dine-in theater, where you press the button and the waitress comes and brings the nachos and the drinks, that's very rare in Massachusetts and increasingly rarer. Framingham just went from one dine-in theater where you can get food to 16 where alcohol is serviced, and they only kept the food in one. The model is to have the drinks in the theater, to serve the food and do the meals and have a whole on-site kitchen. I think it's just too expensive to do it, and there's not enough people. The way it's working and the way it appears to be working effectively at almost every theater I can think of in Massachusetts is exactly what Steve has planned.
Except for Chestnut Hill, but if anyone's here for Chestnut Hill, it's going to be saying that, you really don't care. Because they have a restaurant right inside there, and it's $24 for a ticket to go to the movies here. But like I said, if
There's a reason other theaters aren't doing it that way.
Right.
Well, it's every general cinema. The Lux level is set up that way. Just to add to that, the big difference between a general cinema Lux level is it's a restricted area in the sense that there's no access to the rest of the movie theater patrons. I don't know, I haven't been a patron of any of the ones you're referencing, but I have been a patron of the Lux level at general cinemas, and you can compare that to Patriot Place or Legacy Place in Dedham. All of those have restricted areas for access to watch the movie as well. So you're coming into an area with a beverage where only people that are 21 and over are sitting, as opposed to coming into a movie theater where the whole place is open. So I haven't experienced that side. I have experienced the much more controlled, restricted side of what general cinema does.
Ken, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Trumbull, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Peyton's had an all-alcohol license, correct? The Cameron Group, I mean, the license that's being transferred?
Yes, yeah, I think we're asking.
Okay, so that would be the one you're trying to get. Okay, just wanted to check because to be a little technical, page 1 says there's a change of license type. I just wanted to clarify that we're going for all alcohol and not for a beer and wine. Am I correct? Or the one I have in front of me with all the writing in it, I see an X over change of license type. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, it's all alcohol.
I'm sorry,
That might be an old one, mine's different.
the question again?
It was more for him. I just
Okay.
the application. Well, for business, as small for Maynard, why are you interested in an all alcohol type of license? Why wouldn't you say go for a beer and wine? That's for you.
I think part of it is, you have to get what's available in the marketplace. But the other thing is he's interested in doing specialty themed drinks to go with various movies. That's a popular promotional thing now. And mixed drinks are they're what people want. I think the focus here is going to be on beer and wine, but, we'd like to have that option.
We have a fruit machine. I don't know if anybody's ever seen it. And so it would give us the ability to have fruit drinks like in the summer, or something, warm in the winter, and that would be, alcohol-driven, not just beer and wine. I just really believe that I don't believe anyone's gonna go to the movie theater to get drunk and be, or to be a nuisance or a problem for leaving the theater. And we're not gonna put ourselves in harm's way of letting anybody leave the theaters, of course, had too much to drink. We've been very fortunate, there's a policeman in back of us, you're right. We've been very fortunate, the police have been very good to us. They've been watching the theater, they've been around the theater at night, they know there's young kids there working. I always thank two officers this week. They always seem to be around when we're closed, and there's always seem to be officers around, so we're very fortunate that way. Again, having the liquor would be good, but to have mixed drinks as far as fruit drinks, and in the winter maybe something warm with coffee. I just don't see it's an issue of people coming in and getting silly.
And a lot of people want a different type of drink. Not everyone wants beer or wine.
This came in, from our understanding, pretty last minute. Kevin, can you tell us if there was prior conversation with the applicants that this was coming our way? Was there any prior conversation between you and the applicants that, this transfer was going to be occurring before the deadline? Nothing at all?
No.
So between, say, January and June 30th, there was no communication?
Not one.
No.
Just-
Between us and the prior holder of the license.
Oh, I'm sorry.
As part of that agreement.
Correct. Yeah, there hasn't been any formal update to the board.
As was requested and required. Any more questions, Tim?
My final one is, this doesn't have to be in detail, it's just a yes or no. Mr. Trumbull, are you aware that we possibly had liquor licenses available already?
No,
Okay, I'm done.
Terrence?
I did not.
Questions, Terrence?
Yeah, sure I do. I applaud the idea you're trying to actually mainstream what people are asking for in the consumer world, right? So, and to Tim's point, I would prefer a full liquor license because I wouldn't have a beer, I'd have a mixed drink if I went, but my concern is looking at the schematic that is attached with the application and having been in there before, it's a tight space in the lobby. So I'm still confused as to how you're gonna fit a substantial portion of the liquor in an area to actually make it in what you already have there.
I understand.
And then prevent access to the wrong people, because you do have young kids who work there. And actually, I do know quite a few of them, and they're very great kids, and I know a lot of the
Great kids.
parents. At the end of the day, they're still kids. They're still not immune to peer pressure. I also have a concern on having, young adults of that age serving the alcohol. I would be much more comfortable with adults working that into the business. I'd also be more comfortable with, police detail on there as this started going. So I'm wondering if you actually had any conversations with anybody about the cost of actually hiring either security, whether it's a police officer detail or somebody
haven't.
else to do it.
No, I haven't had a conversation about that, no. If you've been in the theater since it's been done over, there's a petition with a piece of glass that we're gonna remove the petition, and it's like a blank wall, if you will. It's not a carrying wall. And it's a carrying beam, which we're gonna put a metal beam there, but in between there, we're just gonna put a cooler that just serves a light and regular beer, and a white and a red wine, and then have some liqueurs underneath. That's, like you said, a frozen drink or a cocktail like that. That's what we plan on putting it.
So no draft machine beer?
No. No, no draft beer, nothing like that,
So
no.
essentially like a ball game, open the can or the bottle, pour it in a cup.
Exactly.
Can goes in the barrel.
Exactly.
Cans get counted at the end of the night.
Exactly.
Cups get counted.
I'm a numbers-driven guy, yes, I would make sure that, yes. I mean, I'd sit here and it's new for you, it's new for me. Only thing I can say is, what we've done so far, and I hope that you can believe that I'm going to continue doing the best thing, what's best for Maynard and the theater. I see your concerns, but there is room to put a case there. No draft beer, no draft wine. I couldn't get the money, not to be, I want to be able to charge for it. Because people come in, we're not going to charge them $2 for a beer, we're going to charge them just something that's some of the income.
Restaurant prices.
Yes.
That's it, those are my concerns, yeah.
So, so we're gonna sell everything. You're gonna have a little bit of everything for sale, beer, wine, cordials, and to quote you a couple different times, whatever. I don't know what whatever is in the alcohol world, but that's a big.
Not gonna have everything. I don't want to.
Oh, it's a big, that's a wide, from beer, wine, cordials, whatever's a big world when you start talking about alcohol.
Yes.
That's the first concern I have. The second concern I have is that, looking around here, I see nobody anywhere near the age of 18, 19 or 20. But I don't see anyone in the room that would forget what that was like when they were that age and what you would try to get drunk where liquor was available. So my concern is, you're going to police it with cup color, which is a concern for me because I'm assuming that movie theaters are still dark, although I haven't been in one since quite some time ago, but it's still dark in there, and, how are we going to see the cup color at the end of the row if we're walking down the other end of the row? And
The sizes are also different.
sizes, colors, you can do whatever you want with size, color, and everything else, but if I'm 12 seats in and you're walking by that way, all I gotta do is put it down by my side, and you're not gonna see it. I'm gonna know you're coming because the door is gonna open, or the curtain's gonna open. There's gonna be a flashlight, or there's gonna be something that's gonna indicate to me as a kid that you're coming through. So that's a concern. The other concern is, one of your very first points was our single largest safety measure. This is your quote. Our single largest safety measure is people's viewing habits. I'm real uncomfortable with selling alcohol in any building in Maynard where the single largest safety measure, again, your quote, is people's habits. Because people's habits are not really something that I want to rely on if I have to drive up and down Summer Street and have people pouring out of your theater when it gets out. So you got to make me a little more comfortable than going on those two things: cup color, cup size, and people's viewing habits. I don't understand how those are going to police whether or not 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids are going to go in there with friends that are 20, 21, 21, 22, and 23 and have access to alcohol. Those things are not going to police it enough for me to be comfortable with offering a license in that setting.
Right, we do have the one drink, one ID policy. We will have the one drink per person policy. We also have tips training for all, the manager and everyone involved in service. I would say these rules are comparatively strict compared to other licensees.
I would agree with that. If you have an ID and you're only allowed to get one drink, I don't understand that to be as large a problem as you're maybe stating. If you have an ID and you're getting one drink, you're not 21 years old, 22 and coming up and getting 5 beers. That's not going to be allowed.
I understand.
Or even two.
I understand the one-for-one concept. I get it, and I understand it's restrictive, and it's restrictive when you're talking about, certain things. I don't know how other movie theaters do it. I don't care how they do it. I'm concerned about this particular movie theater in this particular town. And the concern is that, kids are going to be kids, and they're going to try and find ways around it. And you yourselves are sitting here saying, well, we find empty beer cans, we find this, we find that. Well, how are you finding those things if you're walking up and down the aisles on a regular basis now? Where liquor isn't available in the building.
Because we're not finding Budweiser cans, we're finding Coca-Cola cans that somebody pours a nip into, we can smell it afterwards. Have we improved on that? Of course. Was I naive to think the kids were going to do that? I'm not even sure if it's kids. Could be adults doing it.
It could be.
We've never caught anybody doing it. We've just found these nips and they put it in a Coke can or their cup and they drink it. Is it a problem we're seeing all the time? I don't know, in 7 months, maybe 3 times. So, and we've addressed it, so, yeah, 3 times exactly. We've never had any issues with anybody, we haven't had any issues. And you could say, yeah, I hear what you're thinking, it could always be an issue, especially when there's alcohol involved, but I guess it's up to the responsibility of the people that work there and the manager to make sure that it doesn't become a problem for the town, or especially for us. We certainly don't want anybody getting hurt, and we certainly don't want to be, God forbid, sued in case something happens or somebody gets hurt. That's not our intention at all.
I'd be more concerned about someone getting hurt than someone suing me, but you have it your way.
Mr. Chair, do you have any follow-ups?
I do not.
It wasn't any particular order, it was just concerns that I have.
Okay.
If I may, the chief is here, the police chief, and I'd like to hear the chief's thoughts on this type of a situation.
Sure.
To, you know, as to... Thank you, chief. Sorry to put you on the spot.
All right.
Thank you.
There's some concerns here. I can see ripe with problems or potentials. The cups, what's to stop somebody from just filling up a soda cup with the beer and the age of the servers? I don't know what the management process is that you have, but...
There's a manager on every night.
If there's kids serving it, you know, nothing's going to stop them from serving one of their friends or something like that, and the peer pressure that is certainly out there. And then the biggest issue that I can envision is having them all combined up behind one counter. I feel a lot more comfortable if it was a separate counter service set up just for the alcohol, separated from the other concessions, with maybe somebody who's older and more responsible than, say, high school kids that serve.
Understand.
So
Has anybody ever noticed in restaurants in Maynard, because I have, that people that are under 18, dishwashers come behind the bars, the waitresses make their own drinks with the assistant bartenders? Have anybody ever noticed that in Maynard? Because I have.
Well, we're
I'm just saying,
worried about giving you a license and I'm...
No, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page, is that we know the risks. I really do see that.
There's a lot of risks, and I think it's heightened with the age of the employees that you have, and the potential. And one good point I think too is the policing part of it, with having an usher walk in and out of the movie theater. What they're going to observe obviously is not going to be very detailed.
So we would need to have maybe potentially a police detail, but a restaurant that has minors working at it as well wouldn't have to, Chief?
No, I'm not saying a police detail. I'm just saying what they're going to observe in a dark movie theater. Your ushers, it isn't going to be very detailed as far as cup size, cup color, who's drinking, the age, the potential age of the person. All those potentials are there.
Okay.
And what you're laying out, I think the concerns there's a lot more concerns than comfort with how this is going to play out at this point. For me.
Thank you. Mr. Trumbull, is it possible that, we are expecting that in the next few months, that we're going to be having other alcohol licenses, liquor licenses available to us through a process that we've started with the legislature. Because I really, as I said several times, I want this to work for you. I think it can work for you, and I think there's probably a way to make it work if some of the concerns of the board are addressed. What I'd like to recommend is perhaps that you come back to the board in a few months when we have a much better plan from you as to how it can work. You can work with the chief, you can work with the administration on some ideas as to how to make it work for us, because I think Kevin has an idea about some of our concerns, and I think the chief certainly does have some understanding about our concerns. And if we can get to where we can answer those questions, because my biggest issue is just the newness of this and the fact that there's a mixing going on, and I don't like the desegregation so much, just to use that phrase.
So what you're saying is
people coming in. So have an actual business plan that we can see and understand and work through and say, yeah, that makes sense to me.
But my question is, you're gonna have license, they're gonna, like, if this license is not available, let's say next week, you're gonna have license available for me to apply for?
Yeah, obviously, I can't make any guarantees about licenses that are or not going to be available, but I believe that there will be licenses available in the very near future.
Does anyone else feel that way on the board?
I hope there is. I can't say there's going to be, though. It's not up to us. It's up to the state legislature, correct?
So the situation, I see what you're saying, Dave, but, so the way I'm viewing this is that I have a license in hand that I'm able to obtain, and I have maybe a possible license down the road with no guarantees. That be a fair statement?
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be difficult, I'm
probably
just
true,
trying to
but
get...
I get such a,
statement,
I don't
sir.
want to discourage you and think that the board is saying absolutely never will theater get
I
a
understand
liquor
that.
license.
I do.
I just think, to be honest with you, that this is the wrong time, because I don't think we're ready for it, because I don't think, quite frankly, I don't think you're ready for it, because the plan doesn't seem to be consistent with what the chief thinks we need, seem to be consistent with what the board's concerns are. So let's get a plan that is consistent with what the chief thinks we need and is consistent with what the board's concerns are. Bring it back to us, and then, me speaking, I'm fairly confident that something can be worked out down the road, but I can't guarantee it. That's just
Mr.
my-
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
from my notes, it seems like some of the main concerns are 21-plus servers would be, despite the fact that the law allows 18-year-old servers, that if we committed to having a server or a manager in the alcohol area who's 21-plus there all the time, that would be a positive
Can I
for the
add one
board.
thing real quick? I'm not 100% sure that you're accurate. I believe 18-year-old can serve alcohol. I do not believe 18-year-olds can actually make drinks behind a bar. So that's a point of contention I have right now. So I'd like a clarification on that.
Fair
I
enough.
think I'm correct on that. You may be correct, but, so let's just find out the truth on that, because, it's,
Agreed.
Okay. I mean, if we were willing to commit to 21-plus and a somehow demised or segregated area for alcohol, we could conceivably, maybe after a short recess, agree to that right now. Are there
But
other greater concerns that we should be aware of as well?
I think there's a lot of issues that were brought up in our discussion, but I think if that plan were defined and clear to us, rather than let's think about, maybe we can do this, we'll talk about this, there's too many, we're here as
I understand what you're saying, but for us,
responsibility towards the safety and of the community, and that's what I think we're all trying to make sure that we adhere to, and the safety of the moviegoers and the safety of, everybody in Maynard.
We want everybody to be in a good place.
We don't want anybody to be under pressure. We don't want, I don't want teenage kids to be working in the theater and feel that they're under peer pressure because they didn't give their friend, and those are things that can happen, and those are things that might happen and lead to a tragedy.
I understand, Deb, I see everybody's concerned. I'm trying to look at both sides, I really do. We want a more thorough
Thorough plan with,
plan that we're gonna put together. But I guess
Presentation.
my only concern and question is, if I don't have an opportunity to purchase this license, there's a good chance that, because I know that there's some places coming into Maynard that would probably be more warranted to get a liquor license than I would. So I have an opportunity to get one now, Chairman and Dave, but coming in, 3-4 months on the road, I might not have that opportunity, and nobody can guarantee me that. If you could save me in 3 or 4 months, if two come available, you're gonna get one if your plan works. But right now, we don't have that, so that's my main,
yeah.
you have concerns, I understand them. I truly do.
There's not a lack of support for the idea. I think there's just more concerns than there is answers right now.
I understand.
But being that this is a public hearing and it's, considerably longer than we expected it, does anybody in the public have any comments before we make a decision on what to do next? Yes, sir.
I probably should have brought this up
I have the area, but I'll try.
much earlier, Mr. Chairman, but
I think there's something wrong with your legal ad, because as far as I know, and I operate a business in that area of town, there is no restaurant at 86 Powder Mill Road. The license exists on a piece of paper, and the address is on a piece of paper. So I think we're talking about something that really, you're talking about a movie house and all that, and that's for later on. But right now, I don't believe we should be talking about the transfer of a license that has not been active for several years now and does not presently exist at 86 Powder Mill Road in the town of Maynard. Okay? Now, as far as the rest of it goes, I'd just like some opinions on that point first, and then I have some other things that I'd like to bring up, okay?
Okay. I think that the five of us here, let's just quick show of hands. Would we agree that we're going to move this to a different date to resolve this issue? Does anybody disagree with that statement? This won't be resolved right now?
Well,
I'm talking about voting on the transfer of the license. There's a lot of information that we've requested from the applicant. There's some information that we've asked them to get together with the police chief on, and there's other issues that we're going to wait to get information on, so we're obviously not going to get that done tonight.
We do that, the license continues to stay dormant, and that's just, in my opinion, not fair, but
Well,
if we're not gonna take a vote, then we're not gonna take a vote.
what would be, and I guess this is sort of a, what is the result? Because that license has sort of a deadline on it from the board.
I think it's passed, gentlemen.
Yeah, I think it has
Deadline's
too.
coming
So my
along.
point is, if we don't vote on, if we continue this, if we vote on it, it comes back to the community, one would assume. I don't know. If we vote it down, if we vote this request down, I don't know what happens to that license. If we vote
That's my question.
If we vote in favor, obviously it goes, if we put it off, we're just, I don't know if we want to put this off for 3 months, because I think that's at least the minimum amount of time it's going to take Mr. Trimble to come up with a plan.
Well, if it's gonna take 3 months, then I just assume work on another solution for the license. If it's a serious business, then he can come back with, before 3 months, to the board if we give him the opportunity with a business plan about what he wants to do with the license.
How long do you think it'll take you?
Less than a month.
I can have it done in a month if I could have 9 days, but I'll certainly I have to get the architect involved, change the space, maybe move a wall to have because you want a different space. You want it to be served in a different space by itself. So I need at least 30 days to be able to work on that with an architect, because they're kind of busy right now, and come back with something that you can get your head around.
Okay, so can we delay this and leave it open?
Yeah, you can continue.
Just continue the hearing to another date? But we need to answer that other question of the address.
Address on the license. It was never transferred to another address.
Yeah,
That's the
that's
legitimate
just-
address it's being transferred from.
Okay.
Still the license holder, correct?
Okay.
What is, and I'm just asking this for, what would be the difference between continuing this hearing and withdrawing the request? If the applicant were to withdraw the request and refile, would there be any implications with that?
It would be my understanding, based on the previous agreement with the previous license holder, that if this request is withdrawn, the only thing keeping this license in the previous license holder's hands is this proceeding, correct?
Correct.
So if that's the case,
Sorry, Jason, can you, one more time?
This license, right now, we've already exceeded the deadline
Yes,
for this license to be turned over to the
I
town.
believe so.
Which was, yes, it was June 30th. So, to David's question, if this proceeding is dismissed or
withdrawn.
withdrawn,
That's correct.
the license would return to the current holder, who was already in who's already exceeded his deadline to
License.
surrender the license.
Yeah, the license would return to
The
the
license would
town.
return to the
Town,
town,
right? And we
and
don't
then there
have to
could
vote
be a
on anything else. We don't
refiling
have to
on it
approve.
immediately, one would assume, is that correct?
Imagine if we grant him an extension, we don't have to, if somebody else applies, we don't have to hear that application process yet.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, if we grant an extension, we're talking about the same license as a transfer, as opposed to a available new applicant license. So if the hearing is continued, talking about an application to transfer the same license, as opposed to a new applicant applying for an available license.
I don't, Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's Mr. Trumbull's fault that the previous license holder's time has expired, right? So he's trying to do the right thing. We don't have a consensus and we don't have a sense of, we have all the facts about how this would really work out. So he has some work to do. If it's any concept, I'm willing to hear this again at a different date and not rule against it right now, and just, whether it's a continuance we do the next time or whatever we do, but I don't think it's fair to him to say no based on the facts that he's just presenting to us for the first time.
Terry, can I ask you a question? So what you're proposing is that I have 3 months before to get everything together, architect, we're going...
1 month.
1 month, okay. I'm sorry to hear what you said, Andrew. And we would just extend this gentleman, one person is it from, for 3 months, come back, and if you like what you see, then I get approved, and if you don't like what I see, then he loses his license and I don't get the license at all. Is that what?
It's up to my colleagues to say yes,
Okay.
but that's how
Wouldn't that
I'm
be
feeling.
Wouldn't that be easier than applying again?
I think it would be, but then again, I don't know if that's really, are we able to do that? I'm asking for.
I don't know.
I don't
Sure
see
it'd be
why the
easier.
hearing couldn't be
Yeah,
continued.
no, absolutely. You can continue, you can take no vote.
So that's one man's,
Vic,
that's
do
one
you have
man's
another-
wish.
Vic, do you have another comment before we move to do something? Did you have?
As you know, Mr. Chairman, on the application for a liquor license, you state a physical street address, okay? Now, town administrator knows that this license has not been active for probably, I can't remember, maybe as much as 3 years. So it gives the town nothing from the point of revenue. It doesn't enhance the town as far as a destination for somebody to sit down and have a meal and a cocktail or what have you. And the board, not this board, but the Board of Selectmen, over a number of years now, has been very lenient with this, I will say, so-called license holder. Because I don't believe it should be holding that license. But we can't seem to resolve the question. I don't know how town council, town administrator feels about it, but somewhere along the way, we need some good, solid legal advice. We haven't been getting it because the board, not this particular board, has given the so-called license holder extensions of time to find a place to put the license. Now, when it comes to the other, that's a separate thing. I'm not gonna talk about that unless we get that far. Because that presents a whole new set of problems. And I think the chief here, probably if he lays it on the line, can see plenty of it. But I think the gentleman that's applying for the license, okay, does not realize what goes into the serving on a full alcoholic license. There are certain conditions that have to be met. I don't believe the discussion prior to my taking the floor here even bothered to get close to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you're welcome. We knew that, and we were aware of that in January, and that's why he had till June 30th. So that's the first point. The second point is we did receive legal advice in regards to this particular license this week, so we covered that base. And here we are with a lot of questions for the applicant, and although I'm not really happy, and I don't think anybody that was here in January is very happy with the way this whole thing played out, I don't think that there's anybody here looking to punish Mr. Trumbull for that. But the fact remains that, we have to decide whether or not we want to continue this hearing or we want to vote to, well, not vote to approve it.
I'm not quite sure,
So
Mr. Chair.
we don't have to vote, right?
I'm not quite sure what
To vote not
punishment,
to approve, to
what
approve
the
or to
punishment
continue
would
the
be
hearing.
if we allow Mr. Trumbull to reapply tomorrow for a license that now belongs to the town versus having this hearing continued.
Anyone else could apply for it in the next 24 hours.
Mr. Chairman, if I
Well,
may.
Is it? So,
That's true.
Mr. Chairman, I just have one quick question. I want to hurry. I don't know what would happen in January. I just want you to be aware of that. Okay?
that's okay.
No, I know if you,
not-
you know,
It's
I don't know what
It's
happened.
not
in
having an
January.
effect on what we decide right now. This has no bearing on anybody up here's thought process, really, but,
Given my opinion is, and given the concerns that we've expressed, I would prefer at this time to deny this request and have it brought up when Mr. Trumbull is ready with a plan that meets the police chief's suggestions, the board's concerns, the administration's concerns, and rather than dragging it out at this time. That would be my recommendation. So I won't vote to continue the hearing. And it's not that I don't think that this can work. I want to emphasize that point. I do think it can work. I just don't think we're ready for it. And I think it would be unwise of us to continue it with the expectation at this point that you're going to have a plan in X number of days. I think when you have the plan, you'll know you have the plan, you bring it to us, and we'll most likely approve it. But those are my thoughts.
Then I wouldn't have a license available, though, maybe.
If there, yeah, but I understand,
big.
I understand that
That's a risk
that's
day to
your
day.
conundrum.
I
I
understand.
understand that.
our risk is greater than yours right now, Mr. Trumbull.
How is that, sir?
Don't argue with him.
Just my opinion. It's just my
Mr.
opinion.
Chairman, if I may,
You may.
just first briefly, I'd just like to take exception to the gentleman's comment that we are not prepared or have the experience to serve alcohol. First of all, Mr. Trumbull presented tonight a very reasonable plan, and, if it is the opinion of the board and the police chief that needs some adjustment or realignment or further discussion, that's totally legitimate. But to say that he doesn't have a plan or any experience when he has held 2 liquor licenses in the past and presented a plan based on research and best practices.
I don't think anybody from the board stated that. I think that was a public comment you're referring to, correct?
I am, yes.
Okay, all right, just clarifying.
And finally, under the terms of the agreement of the previous, or the current licensee, this license would expire if you vote against this. I worry that could expose my client to some type of contractual claim based on their agreement for the purchase, because if an asset worth tens of thousands of dollars suddenly disappears, when the board has a clear path to continue the process, I think my client may be concerned about his contractual rights here, and so much so that it could force him into a posture where, while the transferor is not permitted to appeal any denial, the transferee could appeal this to the ABCC, thus bogging us all down and tying up this license for goodness knows how long. That's certainly not something we would want to expose ourselves to or to deal with. But if the board essentially canceled the license, I can't imagine either party sitting still for that.
You referenced contractual. What are your contractual obligations with the former license holder or potential former license holder that you're referencing?
They have an agreement to sell and buy the license.
So essentially, you're on the hook to pay for a license that you agreed to, but you're using that as a posture against us making a decision now and not voting against this, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you have the option to continue this hearing and have everyone...
Instead of not voting against it, is that your point?
Right.
Okay, I just want to clarify what you were...
Because by the terms of the previous agreement, if you vote against it, the license goes away, and, you know, these are business people. We're talking about a loss of a lot of money. And if Mr. Trumbull were to appeal that decision to the ABCC, you know, it's unlikely the ABCC would be hearing this, you know, until Thanksgiving. And there'd be, you know, this license would just sit dormant for months more. Never mind that he'd be denied the opportunity
Mr.
to move
Trumbull
forward.
would appeal to the ABCC if another license became available next week and he was ready to go. He'd worry about appealing this one because that's the one I want, rather than
No,
going
he'd
for the one
worry-
that's available to the town. I don't get that line of argument.
You know, I'm not here to outline anyone's legal strategy going forward, but conceivably, he could be under pressure from the seller to do so because there's so much money at stake.
I'm not gonna read the contract he has with the gentleman in the corner. I'm not gonna get into it, but if I would assume that the purchase price and the purchase agreement was contingent on acceptance of this particular transfer, and if that's not the case, that's not our fault. That would be somebody else's misstep, but, you know, Jason, do you have any?
I would just state that any contractual obligations between the parties have absolutely zero to do
Yep.
with whether or not this license can be transferred.
Okay. Any comments from the floor? Any further comments? So I can make the motion to accept, and if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, and that's it. I do not have to make a motion to deny it.
Make a motion to deny the transfer.
You can do it either
Or you
way.
can make a motion to approve the transfer, or you can make a motion to continue the hearing.
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask a procedural question? What would be the downside to the Board of Selectmen or to the town of continuing the hearing?
There would be none.
The license remains dormant.
The license would remain dormant as it has been for a very long time. And the town has been insistent since I've been on this board that this, you know, there'd be some activity or some action taken on this license, and that's really irrelevant because the issue is whether or not we're willing to approve this transfer. So I make a motion to accept and approve the transfer of an all-alcohol license from Caron Restaurant Group, LLC, to Stephen Trumbull, DBA Fine Arts Theater Place at 17 Summer Street, Maynard, Mass., as more fully set on the plans dated June 30th, 2015. Second. Hearing no second, the motion does not pass.
Well, there is no motion. If,
Okay. I'll make a motion to deny the transfer of an all-alcohol license from Caron Restaurant Group, LLC, to Stephen Trumbull, DBA Fine Arts Theater, at place at 17 Summer Street, Maynard, Mass., as more fully set on the plans dated June 30th, 2015.
I'll second that.
Mr. Chairman?
Comments? Yes?
My question, as a kind of follow-up, is the concern about continuing it now is how long the license has been dormant. Is there really any chance of, if it's continued 30 days, of another application actually going through in that time? It just seems like it's going to be dormant for that time no matter what, so I don't see what the point of continuing it would really, not continuing it would do.
I guess my feeling on the continuance is that there's no plan before us tonight. We shouldn't have been here because there's no plan, in my opinion, and I realize council would disagree with me on that. But I don't believe that we were presented with any viable plan that you know, there's concerns from a legal standpoint from the police department, there's concerns from a legal standpoint from some of the board members as far as our concerns. Maybe not legal, since we're not in the law per se. But I would prefer to bring up brand new with a new plan, with a new idea, with a new, and everybody wipes the table clean and says, here's my plan. Maynard has repeatedly, in various areas, delay, without success.
Dave, question? I understand what you're saying, I understand really completely what everybody is saying, except for the chairman saying he's taking larger risks than I am. I don't understand that comment, but if we have a continuance like some of us are saying, it's gonna lay dormant, or if it doesn't, but at least I can put together a plan that you can either like or dislike. And at that time, you can say, okay, I'm gonna dismiss this, I don't want the theater to have a license. But for us to start over again with attorneys and accountants and do all this application process again, I don't understand why a continuance for 30 days or 60 days would be such a difficult thing.
Because we've already gone now from...
But that's not my fault. That's
my request to 90 days, to your request for 60 days. I believe that when we're here in 60 days, it's going to be, we're not ready yet. So in effect, we're delaying it even further.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Let me finish, counsel. Thank you. I would prefer, as I've stated, that we close this hearing off, end it, have Mr. Trumbull prepare a plan that works for everybody, and come back and we can have a happy meeting, that we can approve a plan that everybody can live with, including the police
But
department.
there will be no license available.
We don't know that to be true, and I realize that's the risk you're taking.
Okay. Any more comments from the board on the motion that's been made?
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard just once more?
Excuse me?
May I be heard just once more?
Sure.
We've had a lot of talk about a plan, and you know, despite our differences of opinion, we have presented a comprehensive plan. It's certainly your right and privilege to critique it and to ask for more. But what we have heard from you is you would like perhaps 21-plus servers. You would like a separately demised service area. We have agreed to do both of those things. And we certainly would agree to work with and consult with the police chief about details or any other safe service aspects that he prefers. Beyond that, I think we'd at least like to know what you're interested in if he's going to go back and make a plan, because it seems to me the major issues have been addressed.
I think there are issues with cup sizes, with cup colors, with the way it was going to be presented and offered to patrons. I think there was concerns with how do you assure that minors aren't drinking in the theater. I think there was some concerns with, the whole litany of concerns that we went through for the last hour and 15
And
minutes.
Dave, we're willing to address those, but we need some time to address them.
I understand, so come back with the plan, and we'll talk about it when the
But by
plan
that
is
time,
ready.
there won't be a license available, maybe.
I
so-
understand that's your concern. I feel that they're probably,
We're not gonna, this is not gonna,
Yeah, this is
this is
going,
not gonna change anything, and there's a motion that's been made.
yeah, and quite honestly,
There's no more
with the
comments from the
motion,
board.
I'm a bit concerned about the motion because because it's a negative motion, and if it fails, that means the positive passes, so, no?
It just means that it's not denied. It's not approved because it hasn't been
All right.
approved, and if
Okay.
this fails, it's not denied.
Okay.
I repeat the motion. The motion is to deny the transfer of an all-alcohol license from Karen Restaurant Group to Stephen Trumbull, DBA Fine Arts Theater Place at 17 Summer Street, Maynard, Mass. is more fully set on the plans dated June 30th, 2015. All those in favor of the motion?
The motion again is to
The
deny.
motion is to deny
Gotcha.
the transfer.
Yep.
All those in favor? That motion passes. And this hearing is closed at 8:26.
thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
question, please.
Yes, sir.
You denied the transfer now. The problem is, what are you gonna do with a license that's been inactive for over 3 years, which the board, not this board, but previous boards, have extended time for the so-called license holder to either find a place to operate or to sell a license. What is the board's intention on that? Do you have any idea?
The license
It'd
holder,
be nice to kind of lay this thing to rest. one way or
the
another.
license holder is contractually obligated to return the license, as per our agreement with him from January of this year. Is that
When will
correct?
happen?
We have, have to give notice to the applicant of the hearing decision, and they have notice that they have timed 5-day from notice to appeal to the ABCC. If there's no appeal, then it becomes available to the town. If there is an appeal, we're in the same boat.
But who's in possession of that license if there's an appeal made? Say if there's an appeal made, who's in possession of the license? The prior owner or the town at that point?
The town, the prior owner, in the agreement that was in place, essentially gave up the appeal right and then voluntarily surrendered if the license wasn't transferred effectively
Gotcha.
by June 30th.
So it
That
becomes...
doesn't waive the applicant's right to
I
appeal
understand
to the
that.
ABCC.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Evening, gentlemen.
Thank you guys very much for keeping your obligation and agreement. Showing good faith effort, they just brought a nice license holder to this town, who's invested a lot of money in this town, and you just denied him the opportunity and a fair chance to be heard. So, if you guys want to say that that was good faith, it's all on video, you can clearly see what it wasn't. It was a vicious act to deny my license, so thank you very much.
Point of clarification, he provided no good faith by providing an update to the board as was required by the agreement and came in at 2:30, 2 hours before the agreement expired. So, no obligation.
All right, we can move on to board opening interviews. And,
Happy times.
good times. Council on Aging, one opening and one applicant, Paula Copley, and I'll make a motion to approve and appoint Paula Copley to the Council on Aging with a term June 30th, 2018. And Paula, you can come sit. We grill you a little bit.
Yeah.
Can I make a second now? Do I have to leave?
I'll try to keep this lighter.
I'd make a second.
Now here come the comments.
Okay, thank you for the time, Chairman and Selectmen. My name is Paula Copley. I've been a resident of the town of Maynard since 1994. I've worked in the town for 16 years at Middlesex Savings Bank. Recently, fall of last year, my employer created an initiative where we were to go to our communities and try to find some kind of community activity that would give back to our community that we have our branches located in. And I had approached Becky and Andrew, and we created the fall cleanup program for the seniors. Myself and various members of different branches in the bank came together one fall day, and we cleaned up maybe 6 homes for seniors. Spent the day raking, cleaning, blowing, and then had lunch, stopped, and started again. All of the team, at the end of the day, if we hadn't been so worn out, we wanted to do another 10 homes. The gratification, the letters, the cards, the thank yous, the tears from some of the seniors to how grateful they were for our time and our work. We had one very nice young lady offer to have us all come in for a gin and tonic, and we had to decline, sadly. We're on work time. So after that, Andrew and I had met again a couple of times and to talk about other things, and I realized that this was an area that I had not an area that I felt I could give more to, the seniors, the council on aging. I work in a community and in an industry where we see many stories from seniors. We observe a lot of needs, and I have a coworker who's on the Salvation Army. I have resources from various parts of the bank that I need to connect with the town and the board and the council on aging and put them all together so that I can offer the resources that I'm aware of and find out the resources that I'm not aware of. That was where Andrew then approached me about showing some interest and being on the board. I feel because of what I observe, my background in finances, my background in the community, the contacts that I have, the devotion that I have to the town of Maynard, that, and especially the seniors, who is it's another area that I feel, a passion for. I have 2 young children, so for a long time, schools and that kind of activity took up a lot of my time. But now, like I said, because of the fall program that I did, I saw another area that I would like to be able to give my resources to and help out on the board in whatever way I have. One of my coworkers that just recently retired, when I shared this with her, she immediately jumped at, she wanted to be a friends of the senior, and she has already promised that she'll sign up and come and help and do whatever is needed. So I'm open for any questions and hope that I can be a resource to the board.
Any questions, Tim?
No, thank you for showing interest. Sounds like you bring plenty to the table.
Thank you.
Terrence?
Nope, I've known Paula for several years now, and I'm very happy and pleased that she's decided to step forward in an even greater capacity than she has in the past. Thank you.
Thanks.
Dave?
No questions, Paula, but I have the pleasure of knowing Paula and her family, and the devotion that she spoke to our town is not, I think she minimized it a bit. The devotion that she and her family have to Maynard is exemplary, so thank you for that.
Jason?
No questions. Thank you very much.
I have no questions. So,
I'll make a motion.
Motion's been made.
motion
and
made
seconded.
and seconded.
And second.
And all those in favor of appointing Paula to the Council on Aging?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Of Tim, she'll be serving us all soon.
I think me first.
Mr. Chair, before we go to the next agenda item, just from a procedural, could you just close the hearing, take a vote to close the public hearing?
Actually, before you do that, as far as that vote, sorry, the hearing had to be closed, then the vote issued?
Yeah.
Okay, so close the hearing first.
Okay, vote to close the hearing. All in favor?
Oh, second.
Seconded by Dave, all in favor.
Oh, we did that.
No, I think we got all caught up in the fireworks.
Yeah,
And then-
no.
That was yelling at me.
In addition, there was a vote, the vote that was made to deny the hearing was 3, well, it wasn't 3-2 because there was never a dissenting vote requested. So, just to be clear, I don't want to speak for the chairman, but I guess, can we
Okay.
request that those against?
Yeah, I was against, actually.
So that way I can, I assumed it was a 3-2, but I'd like just to
Could have
have
been
that
an abstention.
memorialized. Yeah, it could have been an abstention. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's good to be clerk.
Yeah.
It's almost you.
Okay, the opening for the Board of Assessors, we have 2 candidates, 2 Williams, Mr. Doyle, and how do I pronounce your last name?
Goss.
Gauze? Okay, Mr. Doyle and Mr. Gauze. Since Mr. Doyle is first on the list, Mr. Doyle, you can go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Selectmen. It's a pleasure to be here. I appreciate your consideration for me to be on the Board of Assessors. I think I know most of you, but I've been in town, live at 10 Vernon Street, I've lived there since 1999 and have had the opportunity to raise my children here. It's been a great experience. I've also was president of the Maynard Country Club and was able to participate in and help the town through that purchase. And it was really during that experience that I got interested in the government. That was really the first time that I had an exposure to some of the inner workings, and I've been looking for an opportunity to get more involved. Unfortunately, my time commitments over the last couple of years have not allowed me to do that, but I see this as a great opportunity to really understand from the ground up the revenue side of things and really grow the experience that I have and get more involved. I'm very excited about the opportunity. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Jason, any questions?
Yeah, can you tell us a little about sort of what skills you have that may benefit you in as a member of the Board of Assessors?
Sure. Well, while I don't have any direct experience in terms of assessing properties as such, I work currently as an IT manager in a very large organization where I run the development, management, and operations for our security, legal, and risk systems. And prior to that, I was a consultant doing projects for clients, very large, multi-million-dollar things. So my finance background is pretty solid. I've run P&L groups for some significant portfolios, and so from that perspective, I have experience from that side of things.
All right, great.
I've also, one thing I failed to mention, I am on the executive board of the Maynard Rod and Gun Club as well. So, and in both of those dealings, both the Maynard Country Club as well as the Rod and Gun Club have had some interesting assessments done on the property, and so relatively familiar with the process that goes around some of the abatements and exceptions that go around there.
David?
Yeah, quickly, Bill, if you can comment on the preparation that you've done for your possible appointment, opportunities to go to perhaps a meeting or to speak to former members or current members or, whatever, just the
Sure.
preparation that you've done, the understanding that you have of the commitment and everything else.
Yep. Well, first of all, I happen to know Terrence, and Terrence was the one who actually let me know about the appointment, the fact that he was going to be vacating that position, and talked to me about that. So I had an opportunity to talk with Terrence quite a bit about his involvement, about the commitments that were involved, and around the activities that are required for this position. In addition, I spent some time with Angie. I spent about an hour with Angie. We walked through the entire process, everything that the assessor's office does, and how they get involved in everything. Talked about the rules and regulations that we will be following. And in addition to that, I understand that there's training that is required for the position that I'm looking forward to taking.
Thank you.
Terrence?
Sure. Do you have any reservations, Will, when I talk to you about approaching, taking a look at public service? I know your job schedule at one point was really sort of up in the air. You were doing a lot of traveling, like international travel and stuff like that. And
Correct.
I understand that's changed.
Yes.
And,
Yeah, my job situation has changed recently, and I don't anticipate having the types of travel scheduled that I had over the past several years. As you did know, I was out of town for sometimes a month at a time, and that has all changed. So I don't anticipate there being any conflicts with the existing requirements of the position.
I would just have to say I do know Will, full disclosure. I know him pretty well, but I've also worked with him and been a member of the Maynard Rod and Gun Club, as well as the golf club when it was privately owned in the past, and worked with him in school projects as well for our kids in theater and in soccer. So he's a very, very well-known person in town, very committed to the town's success, and for that is the reason I approached him in the first place. So, thank you.
Terrence?
Thank you.
Tim?
Mr. Doyle, thank you for your interest. I just want to say this, right now we have 2 applicants. After looking, both seem pretty qualified. We do have many vacancies open in other committees as well and departments, so I hope one of you will continue to look and hopefully want to serve in other departments as well. But back to the topic, what do you feel is your strongest trait for this position?
The strongest trait is when taking a look at the abatements or the exceptions that come into play around here, is everything needs to be done in a very fair field, right? And everybody needs to understand that when you're making exceptions or, working on the abatements, et cetera, that the money that we're dealing with has to be made up someplace else. And everything's governed by the rule of law, right? Most of what we are doing is governed very strictly by the state laws. And so following those is really the most important things, making sure that every T is crossed and I is dotted, and making sure you're following the rule of law is the most important thing.
Very good. Well said.
No questions. Okay. Mr. Goss, you can sit
Thanks.
in the
Thank
hot
you,
seat
Mr.
for a
Doyle.
while.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm relatively new to the area. I moved to Maynard in 2013. I live on Concord Street, at the corner of Concord and Lewis. I have one daughter who graduated Maynard High School. We moved from Belmont, and she was already a junior, so she finished off her senior year and half of her junior year in Maynard High School. And I have a little one who just finished kindergarten and will be entering the first grade. As you can see from my resume, my background is legal. I've concentrated in the areas of real estate law and representing clients before boards and commissions in and around the Cambridge, Boston, Somerville area for much of my professional career. And I figured it was about time that I did something for my own hometown and where I live. My practice has changed somewhat, so that I have coverage for hearings and so forth that take place in other municipalities at night that I no longer need to attend personally. And I've even opened up an office in downtown Maynard that I frequent every day. I usually start my day in Cambridge and try to beat the traffic and come back to finish the day in Maynard. I also maintain a broker's license from 2004 to 2007, I believe. I was a real estate broker working on brokers' price opinions for several clients of mine who were developers, and I'm familiar with the process of evaluating real estate. I also represent just the typical buyer and seller of real estate, so I'm dealing with brokers and appraisers and everyone involved in the aspect from start to finish for a real estate transaction. So I have some familiarity with that procedure and how they derive their values. I'm also pretty familiar with the laws associated with what a municipality has to go through in order to value property, the constraints that they have with Proposition 2.5 and the limits on those changes and so forth. So I realize I'm the new kid on the block, so to speak, but I think my background and experience and willingness to serve is at your disposal, and I appreciate your consideration and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Tim?
Again, thank you for choosing Maynard and wanting to serve. I myself know what it's like to be the new kid on the block. Sat there a couple times already. First off, seeing your interest in the position, is there anything you want to change right now by joining the board?
I don't really want to change anything. I want to become involved in the process. I have an interest in serving, and I feel a lot of my neighbors up and down Concord Street and Lewis, one thing that they complain about in Maynard is the real estate taxes. Real estate taxes are too high. And I realize the assessor does not necessarily set the, the tax bill for everyone. But I'd like to become involved because just as a way of, serving my neighbors, so to speak, letting them know that someone is involved looking after their interests and And I think in a community like Maynard, the opportunity to do that is better than most other communities. It's just a very tight-knit area, and I've enjoyed living here for the short time that I have, and I see myself staying here for the foreseeable future.
And again, I'd just like to reiterate, plenty of positions and openings open to serve also.
Mr. Terrence?
Sure, thank you. It's good to meet you. I had pleasure serving with Chris, and I believe Chris and you are colleagues, or at least friends. Chris Worthy. So, yeah. So I did hear some things about you. So I'm always encouraged when I see multiple people apply for positions in town, right? And I myself was on the Board of Assessors, how I got my start here, and it's a great position. You learn a lot about the town and how things operate and the effect they have downstream on many, many things. So it's, but one of the comments that I was met with the board, I think David was the only board member currently here when I was before the board. They asked me if, civic responsibility was, is civic responsibility something that drives you to take this opportunity? And I think you answered that. It's not just about being on the Board of Assessors. You're looking to provide back to your neighbors and your community. So I just want to reiterate what Tim was saying. There's multiple opportunities to serve in this town, right? And I was fortunate enough to be elected this year, but I may have lost, right? And I still would have served someplace. So I'm hoping that regardless of how this comes out, that you'll still want to serve in some capacity, both of you, for the town, because you both seem like, based on your resume and how you articulate, that you'd be a benefit to the town. You can never have too many good people that actually want to volunteer their time, right? So I wish you the best of luck in this process. And
thank you.
Thank you.
Jason? Any questions? I skipped you.
No, I'm all set, thank you.
David?
Thank you for your interest. I'll ask the same question I asked of Mr. Doyle. Did you have the opportunity to go to a meeting or visit with the town hall staff or anything?
I haven't yet. I've been searching your website for open positions, vacancies, and so forth. This sort of came at the last minute. It was actually brought to the attention by my wife. So on
She wants you out of the house.
On the last day of submissions, I contacted Kevin Sweet and submitted my letter of intent and resume. Unfortunately, I didn't have the opportunity to go and meet with people, and it's been a little challenging trying to make the transition from working full-time in Cambridge to splitting my time between Cambridge and Maynard, and I think I'm at that point right now where everything is in place in both offices, so my time management is greatly improved, and I have a lot more time to focus on practicing in Maynard versus having to go to Cambridge every single day, so.
And I want to reiterate the comments my colleagues have made. First of all, thanking you for stepping up as a new resident. Welcome to Maynard, even though you've been here for a couple of years. You've expressed about what Maynard is all about, and that's really the community. And I just think it's great that people volunteer and step up, and I thank you for doing that. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you, and thank you, William and William, for your comments and interest. So, okay, any comments from anybody here on either candidate?
Do we open it up to the public?
Do we open this to the public?
After we have a second, I think. You can make a motion first, right?
Can't make a motion till we know who we're gonna.
We can ask if there's any public comments before making a
Any
public.
public comments or questions regarding these two potential appointments? Okay, I guess it's pretty simple. We have two choices, Mr. William Doyle and Mr. William Gauze. And so I'm just gonna take a vote and then a motion.
Certainly, you can certainly open it up for deliberation, Chris. Or any opinions from the board members. I can, if you
Why
want.
ask that? Anything you want to deliberate? You want to just vote?
Sure, by deliberate, do you mean, do you want us to say who we want for the positions?
Well,
I was suggesting that there might be some discussion of qualifications but if it's that simple for folks, then.
Does anybody have any questions they want answered from anyone?
Sounds like you got something to say. No?
I mean, I'm comfortable with the two resumes that were in Dropbox and comfortable with the statements both people made and the questions that they were asked and how they were answered to make a decision. Is anybody not comfortable enough to make a decision at this point? Need more questions answered or deliberation or discussion?
No, I guess for Mr. Gauze, my comment would be, I think the way I view it is Mr. Doyle has sort of waited his turn, and he had been prepared to do this, and I feel kind of bad that I think he was prepared to be the only candidate, actually, and I feel kind of bad that he was not, that it was not just a come in and get appointed, because he did do that prep work and everything else. For that reason, I think that I would support Mr. Doyle, because he was preparing. We had spoken about the opportunity back a while ago. But again, I would encourage you, obviously, you have a lot to offer our community, and I hope that if there are other opportunities, unless, of course, the board disagrees with me, if there are other opportunities, that you pursue them. And I think we'll see you back here as a candidate for some other opportunity as well as time goes on.
Terrence, Jason?
I'm inclined to support Mr. Doyle, obviously, because I'm the one who went after Mr. Doyle to actually fill my position, so I don't think that's any secret. Not any disrespect to William. I think you're a fine candidate, and on a different day with a different situation, I may feel differently, but that's, so I would be supporting Will if we were to take a vote right now.
Does that remove you from the vote, seeing as you went and sought that candidate? No?
Well, it would if actually I had a financial interest in it, but I really don't.
Glad you paid attention during that seminar.
So, Tim?
I have nothing.
Jason?
It's a question, and actually maybe Terrence, you might be the best to answer it. Because I'm not sure how the mechanics of the Board of Assessors works. But Mr. Doyle being, forgive me for butchering the title, but the executive hold on, I'll find it. Executive board. A member of the executive board for the Rod and Gun Club. Obviously if the Rod and Gun Club then came before for an abatement or something like that, does it leave two members? Is that significant? Is that sufficient for a quorum on the Board of Assessors?
Yep, two members is a quorum. I mean, it's great if they all vote in the same way, right? But that doesn't always happen. But yeah, it would be, I think the precedent is set where Mr. Doyle would recuse himself from a vote that would render an abatement in the favor of the Rod and Gun Club, if he's on the executive board. Not if he's a member, because I was a member as well too, so we did have so.
Am I allowed to ask a question?
Yeah, sure,
Make a
certainly.
statement? I mean, that would be true of any property that I would have a personal interest in, whether that's something I own or anything, and it would be the same with any other person as well, right?
Does Anna do property?
That's true. So if you were a developer in town and you had property there as well, it'd be the same thing. Does that answer, Jason?
Yeah, I just wasn't sure how the mechanics of the board work. There's some odd thing where you need a supermajority. 3 people doesn't make a supermajority real easy.
In that case, Chris and Steve, if they so inclined to be on the same page, they would vote something through. Yeah.
Okay, so, let's do an informal poll. Those in favor of supporting Mr. Doyle at this point in time?
Well, what we should probably...
I'm not making a motion, because I can't make the motion until we decide who we're going to support. Correct? Is that the way that's written?
We could actually, there's a couple ways. There's a couple ways we could approach it. You could put both names. You could put both names in nomination and vote on one or the other, or you could just put one name into nomination and vote. And if there's a majority, that person gets it. Either way works.
What's the proper way, Kevin?
I would go with the second. Just make a motion.
Make a motion for one individual.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to appoint Bill Doyle to the Board of Assessors.
I would second it.
Any comments? All those in favor of appointing Mr. Doyle to the Board of Assessors? All those opposed? All those abstaining? So be it.
Thank you both.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
We
Congratulations,
do have,
Mr. Doyle.
Planning board and zoning board. Oh, Bill got you.
Yeah, we,
Website now.
Planning board.
thank you.
Mr. Doyle, your slip will be in with the town clerk for you to be sworn in. So tomorrow morning, or whenever you can come by to be sworn in. Thank you.
I didn't vote due to my financial interest. Getting in your pocket a couple of times a week.
Chef's revenge.
We'll see.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gauss, for your interest. Again, that's a good thing.
I
Okay.
told you he'd be back in front
All
of
right,
us.
now we have a special event permit request from the Rod and Gun Club and Boston Paintball.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just for clarification, I assume because one interviewee was not available this evening, one has withdrawn, and I don't see the third, that we are postponing the planning board interviews until next meeting?
They have been postponed till August 4th.
Yes.
Yes.
The latest agenda had it removed from, right?
Oh, yeah, you know what, it's on the agenda
I grabbed the
report.
one off the back page.
Yep.
Okay.
It's
For anyone
been
else that's interested, the planning board
removed and tabled.
alternate member, that was been removed from the agenda and will be back on the agenda on August 4th with the two candidates as of today being Mr. Chetwin and Mr. Hesbach.
And any other candidates that may
And
be
any other candidates that appeared
interested
before that time.
before that time.
That's still open?
That's
Yes.
still open.
Thank you.
Okay,
Until the agenda's set.
so I have a motion to accept and approve this special request event at the Maynard Rod and Gun Club for the month of October. Haunted hayrides on Friday and Saturday nights. Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, so.
Can we hear from the proponent?
Yeah.
Do that now or
Discussion.
after?
No, the discussion's before the motion. It's just,
Should have said something.
yeah. Let's hear him in the motion.
Terrence was too quick with the second.
Terrence is
It's all
quick.
good.
We've made these gentlemen wait a long time.
Yes, thank you for your patience.
You guys deserve an award sitting through that.
I told you last night it would be fairly early in the meeting.
Well, gentlemen, thank you. Thank you for hearing us. I guess the gun club's position is that we have a great...
Can you just tell us who you guys are?
Sorry.
Just so we know. who
My name
you
is
are.
Steve Locke. I'm sorry, I'm the president of the club.
Okay.
Peter Early, Vice President of the Maynard
Okay.
Gun.
Thank you.
And we have a great relationship with Boston Paintball, who's been with us for many years. They've got a proposal that they made to the board to have this haunted hayride situation. The board voted to move forward with it, but some members of the board had some reservations. We have always had a relationship with the town that if we have events open to the public, that we would first come to the town and make sure that we either did not need special permits or did need special permits. We always said that we would work with the police chief to say how many details we need, where they need, and so forth. So many members of the board said, or some members of the board said that that's something we should do. That's how I first came down and saw the chief and saw Kevin to ask their advice as to what might be needed. There were some concerns and so forth and some comments, and that's what's brought us here tonight. So Boston Paintball is also here to speak to the proposal, if necessary. I'm not sure what documents you have before you tonight, but that's where we're at, is we're looking for advice and to go through the permitting if it's necessary.
So for the record, all we have is Mr. Early's letter requesting this evening's agenda item.
Steve
Right.
Block sent us a letter
Did he?
at about 6:30-ish
Oh,
tonight.
yeah. Okay.
Received a second letter. Chris De Silva now has it
Oh.
also.
Okay. Thank you.
And that was the discussion points for the record. That was the discussions points that I had with Mr. Sweet and with the chief of police. And this has been, Pete, that's the letter I sent to you, and we did record that at our executive board as well.
Can somebody?
You recorded this letter, the one we got today?
Yes, that's been, you've been addressed by our board as well. So all the questions were known to our board as well.
Okay. It says this past Monday, is that 7/1, not 6/1? It says this past Monday, 6/1 is stated above.
Oh, this was, it's a dated piece, yeah.
Okay, so this is from June?
Yeah, I met with with Kevin and the chief in June.
Okay.
Can I ask that we just hear a little bit about the event that's planned? And, I guess, it's Boston Paint that's actually doing the event,
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
And there's a representative from Boston Paint here?
Absolutely,
Can
yes.
we just hear quickly what the plan is and how it works and whatever? Come right up here, please.
My name is Anthony Vitale from Boston Paintball.
Welcome.
Thank you. So we ran this event last year at our Ashland location. So we're very familiar with what the interactive ride is detailed and doing. We basically have 3 trailers that have benches in them with mounted paintball guns, and they're pulled, excuse me, by vehicles. We pulled them with pickup trucks last year. They're all on regular roads. There's nothing uneven about them. We're only putting the car just in gear. We have actors that are dressed up as zombies, and they're in different scenes, and they're all padded up, and all the paintballs have phosphorants in them, so they're all glow in the dark. So when they hit the characters, the actual participants can see that the paint is broken on them, and it's very exciting for them. All of it, the trailers have LED lighting on them, and it's very slow paced. There's nothing fast about how the ride goes. There's nothing jarring or jumps out and scares them. It's just they have fun just interacting and able to shoot the marker at the characters. So that's pretty much what we do. It's all a timed event, so we'll know like within a minute of how each vehicle is moving, what scene they're on. We have all walkie-talkies, and we kind of just coordinate this whole scene. That takes anywhere from 20 minutes to 30 minutes depending on where we run it. So when we ran it in Ashland, it was a little shorter event. If we were to run it in Maynard, it would be a little longer event because just the terrain itself is a longer stretch of land.
Okay. So it's an interactive thing, sort of like you have at Disney now when you go into those things.
Very similar, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Except shooting zombies.
Except you're shooting zombies as opposed to characters from whatever the movie is. Question for you, liability coverage, insurance, how is that worked out with the 2 parties?
We already have that in place with the Maynard Rod and Gun Club, so we're insured and they're indemnified, but we also have a special rider that'll be for this ride in particular.
Okay, and Kevin, any additional concerns about exposure to the community?
No, those were some of the concerns that I raised in our meeting, particularly concerns of liability and naming of additional insured, and particularly concerns, whether it be for the town and also for the club. So it sounds like they've addressed that, and by adding the additional rider piece for this specific event, I don't see any insurance issues with it.
My comment would be that this is the type of thing that I think that would bring people to Maynard, would be an economic driver, and people would go out to dinner, perhaps before or after, and I think it's, Westford has something very similar during the Halloween season, so I wish you a lot of luck.
So, if I could, Mr. Chair, just for clarification, and the reason that there was some conversation whether or not the event actually would cross over off of the private property, being the club's property, via the town roadways. And if there's any circulation of that, whether it's Old Mill or any other road in Maynard, that was really the bigger question on my end. If there's going to be an impact from that, a use of that public roadway for this event, that's why it really should be a special permit that's granted. But I don't know if you can speak to that, the actual.
Like the track that they
Yeah,
follow.
the actual track. I mean, you guys are located in Sudbury, the area that you occupy on a day-to-day basis. So you're proposing to utilize the entire rod and gun facility track location, would start in Maynard. So,
Yes, the
so
the ride would
riders
start in
would board in Maynard, and assumably, any vehicle access would come through Maynard, and they would park in the lot down Old Mill and park in that lot. But the actual track of the event, will that be going on public roadways?
Public roadways now.
So it'd be solely on the property of the Rod and Gun Club?
Correct.
Okay. That was, I think, it was a little bit of a questioning, when the chief and I and president met as to, that was a concern. If the event was actually going to access town-owned land as opposed to just the private club's piece. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Don't go away.
That's all I had.
Is there do you guys have envision an age limit for this ride? Being that the people on the ride are gonna be shooting some sort of,
It's all mounted, so there's no way for them to drop the marker, there's no way to turn the marker past a certain point, there's no way to lift it back up. So it's, besides physical limitations, and we also have an extra bench behind so parents can come with their kids.
Mm-hmm.
So typically, it's about 8 years old is the limitation to the ride.
okay.
As the youngest.
Correct.
Okay, and on the, this is probably a question for the rod and gun. It says, discussion, RE liquor sales by the, Maynard Rod and Gun. Say there was sales only our qualified staff would serve both Sweet and Dubois, stated a preference that there would be no alcohol served, and would serve no alcohol. Is that gonna be a fact?
I believe, Anthony, did we agree that we would not be serving alcohol?
Yeah, it was our thought initially with Boston Paintball that the rides are timed, tickets are purchased in advance. We're trying to avoid everybody remembers Spooky World 10 years back. So pre-sale tickets, we'd like people to come in, do the ride, get out. As Anthony just mentioned, most of the riders are going to be young age, so to offer, an open bar is going to keep people hanging around. We may run into traffic issues. Majority of the attendees are going to be, underage anyway, so our thought was to not offer alcohol and get them in, get them on the ride, let them enjoy it, and then head out.
Anybody else have questions for either?
I saw comments on food, so what's the setup for serving food or some sort of,
We were gonna sub that out.
Yeah.
is it gonna be in the pavilion somewhere, or where are you guys setting this up, on Boston Paintball site?
It's been kind of talked about, but nothing finalized.
We were gonna talk to maybe some local vendors and
Yep.
see if they wanted to set something up on site. It could be a food truck or maybe use the pavilion.
And how many people did you get for the Ashland?
It was anywhere from, we had some rain out nights where we only got 50 people, and then we had some better nights where we had 100 people, 150 people, but they come in carpools a lot. We never had a time slot, because we did everything in time slots, so when you purchased your ticket, you purchased a 20-minute window. It'd probably be a half-hour window in Maynard, because again, the ride's longer. That way when you come that you're not going to sit in line for more than, say, a half an hour versus, the spooky worlds and a lot of the haunts you go to, the rides are a lot longer. So what we try to do is limit how many cars we have, because in Ashland, we only had a 50 car parking lot, and we never had even half the parking lot full.
How many people per trailer?
10.
10, so it's 30. So how many people a night do you expect? How many trips around the circuit do you expect a night?
I don't
Depends
know.
on sale.
Yeah, exactly. I can only tell you what we did last year, which was, we didn't even run ever a third trailer. We just didn't need it for turn. We own one just in case, but we didn't use it.
I think in our initial discussions with Anthony, doing the math on running 2 trailers, how long each ride will last, hours of operation would be from 6 to 10. We calculated about 240 people over the course of the night. So spread out.
That's if it's fully staffed or fully sold out.
That's probably, yeah, exactly, that's the max.
And that's over the course of the night, spread out, people coming in on a 30-minute window, doing the ride, leaving.
Do you have a parking plan, schematic set up for how you're gonna flow traffic? And I know I saw the letter that you guys have talked to the chief, and there's gonna be a police presence on Old Mill Road. It's a hard road to navigate anyway sometimes, right? But having been to that club countless times, I know the parking situation there can be kind of, gruesome, to say the least. Is that going to impact the way the trailers come in and out of there as well? Or?
No, because the trails will start down on the dirt lot, past the paved portion of the lot. And we anticipate, based on the number of riders over the night, kids carpool, we don't anticipate there being a whole lot of cars at any given point in time.
There won't be more than 40 cars in this lot at any one time.
So we don't anticipate, like an event like we do, the motorcycle rides or, some of the other functions that we have at the club.
And no shooting going on at the time, right?
No, I'm sorry.
Not like weddings?
That was our concern, gentlemen, is that we, again, our goal is to make sure the town's satisfied, make sure that any permitting issues are taken care of, and make sure that the chief has his presence, his concerns noted, and we have a presence there where necessary. So when we've had outdoor concerts years ago and so forth, we always had to come down, to apply for a permit or and to make sure that the town was happy with what we do when we're open to the public, so.
Chief, I assume all your concerns have been met, on paper at least, or?
We had a couple of conversations. I'd feel comfortable, at least initially, having an officer, there's a detail signed up there, and having, I guess, the ability to remove it. It's 10 nights, right?
Yeah, it's 5 weekends, Friday, Saturday night, yeah.
So I think if, the first weekend is not a big deal, then we'll just, we can cancel moving forward as the need, determined by the crowd. But absolutely the first one, to see what kind of, attendance they have and the need. And then, based on the turnout, I can always unassign people.
Mr. Chair, if I could just follow up with that, specific, because I'm not familiar with the location in Ashland. Is it set up similarly where you're accessing through a residential neighborhood? And also to that, does Ashland require you to have a detail that, again, I don't know how you're...
Residential. So to answer that, the first part, and I was not required to have a detail.
Okay. And, Mr. Chair, if I could, just to expand on that, if this was to be approved this evening, you mentioned the food aspect. This board doesn't approve anything related to the food issuance. So if you're not utilizing the club, and this would be open to the public as a food issue, whether it be a mobile truck or something like that, you would have to seek a temporary food permit for the duration of those events that you're open, and/or a mobile food permit if it's a mobile truck. So you just want to make sure you do speak with the health department as a side piece, so there's no...
Make sure any vendor, again, it's not something we're going to do ourselves,
Right.
so the vendor would have
Absolutely.
to...
So just so there's no misunderstanding, if there's a permit that's approved here this evening, that doesn't cover that type of thing.
Did you have a question, David?
No, I was gonna, Terrence jumped on it. I was gonna ask the chief for his comments.
Does anybody else have any questions or comments?
Just shocked that there's enough room back there to conduct this. I haven't been down there in a while, but it sounds like it's okay with you, as the Rotten Gun Club's not gonna infringe on the business club operations, so. Okay, but.
Two quick questions. Actually, you guys answered most of them. So just to be clear, 6 to 10 for 5 weekends, Fridays and Saturdays in October.
That's correct.
Silly question. Direction of fire into the site?
Correct.
Okay. And just curiosity, I assume all biodegradable?
Yes.
Okay. All set, thank you.
Okay. No further discussion. I will reread the motion to accept and approve the special request event at the Maynard Rod and Gun Club for the month of October. Haunted hayrides on Friday and Saturday nights. Second. Any comments? Okay, all those in favor of the special event permit? Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. I don't know what happened with the other piece.
Doesn't matter, I can reprint more if I need to, so.
David. What? What's that?
That's the thing you didn't sign yet.
I didn't.
Oh, where's the other thing? What happened to the other piece of paper we had here?
Which one?
The cultural district.
You didn't give that to me.
Chris, you have the rod and gun?
Yeah, I have it.
No, it's the one you have, it's the manila.
Here you. I don't know, what happened to the,
We signed the first one.
what happened to the,
Oh, that's planning.
do you have back the cultural resolution one?
Good luck, Will.
We had to get it retyped. We had to have it retyped, I think.
I called him Bill during the...
He signed the wrong one.
Oh, yeah, he came in at the last, yeah.
Those are all set.
David.
David signed the wrong name.
Earlier.
Oh,
He
yeah.
wanted to be 10.
I took Tim on. For
He is younger.
Okay.
I mean,
I've been
it's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah.
He's okay with it.
Okay, let's do this.
Is there something that...
I called him Bill during the...
Cultural district resolution.
So, Mr. Tim Hess, co-chair of the Maynard Cultural Council, is here to speak to what we're looking to do this evening as some changeover in the board since we started the original discussion, but I think the board as a whole recalls the discussion that we've had historically originally with Elizabeth Milligan and other members there that we would at some point need to get to the point where the Board of Selectmen will be asked to approve a resolution for the Maynard Cultural District. And thank you certainly to Tim. It's a lot of effort that he's made picking up that ball and really carrying that water, in addition to the other members of the Cultural Council, but especially Tim in his role as co-chair has really made tremendous efforts and strides with getting us to where we are today for the resolution, and also towards working towards ultimately completing the application. So I would turn it over to Tim to ask him if speak more to it, but that's the intent behind the agenda item this evening.
Thanks, Kevin. Good evening. As Kevin said, I'm Tim Hess. I'm co-chair for the last several months of the Cultural Council. We had a little bit of turnover several months back and a little bit of a hiccup in terms of progress on the with the initiative for the district application. As of early in this year, we, the Cultural Council, began recruiting a number of folks. We got, I'd say, as many as 10 or 12 volunteers from the community to begin helping us draft plans and sort of early go-rounds of the state's official application. Through the spring, we made as many as 4 or 5 iterations of that. We have a draft now. The latest draft is dated, I believe it's May 21st. Those plans are constructed around the goals articulated by the state's cultural district program. In our case, we felt strongly that we had some pretty powerful information from the Behringer report. Some of you may remember that Peg Behringer was commissioned, I believe, by the EDC to create a report. We felt like very much of that was worthy of sort of folding into our efforts, and we're the beneficiaries of a lot of that good thinking. There will be a time, and I hope it's not far away, when myself and perhaps others from the commission are here again seeking a resolution from you that's, in that case, specifically an endorsement of our application. That's not where we are tonight. Tonight, we have what I believe is a much more simple kind of procedural request, and that is simply that we are asking you to proclaim your interest in, let me refer to the specific language here. We're seeking a resolution by the town of Maynard to proclaim its interest in establishing a state-designated cultural district. So from my standpoint, I think it's a relatively straightforward request. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Anybody have any questions for him?
Sure. What does a state designated cultural district denote? Is it a designation for the town itself? Is there a specific area of the town that becomes the designated cultural district?
There would be a specific area of the town designated as the district. In our case, it's largely but not entirely consistent with the town center overlay. It is centered on the triangle of Summer, Nason, and Maine, and reaches out a little bit to grab some of the institutions that are important to the cultural district.
And does it provide guidelines for what you can do within that district besides the cultural aspect of it? Does it infringe upon anything else from, businesses that are already located there, or residents, or?
In terms of development rights and that sort of thing?
Design changes, nothing of that nature? Or?
I don't think so. I think there would be, the designation, we would promote initiatives having to do with identity, signage, wayfinding, and I don't know if any of that stuff would be forcible.
Well, I think perhaps, Terrence, when, and I can't name them, but I know that there are some in the area, cultural districts that already exist.
Lowell.
And Tim, excuse me?
Lowell.
Yeah.
Lowell. There might be
Concord's
Concord
going.
Center.
Yep.
That's a cultural district. So obviously, there's at least from the consumer perspective, there's limited impact, if at all, negative on the economic activity that goes on in those particular activities, in those particular areas. I actually perceive
The intent is certainly that it's the opposite of that.
That's
that it's
the point I
intended
was
to
actually
provoke
going to make.
additional- Provoke sort of synergies among groups and institutions that might not otherwise have a vehicle
That's right.
or an obligation to get together and think about how together they could help foster business for each other and traffic for downtown and that kind of thing.
And if I could, just to add to that, we had the, probably going over at least a year ago now, representatives from the state that come out from that do the designation and review the applications. There was a public forum, but they also walked the area, and certainly with the location of the fine arts, art space, the fine arts theater, a lot of what's going on in the downtown, it was a good vibe, and it certainly fits what they're looking for in cultural district applications. And at that point, that was really the big decision factor. Like, let's do this. But aside from that, the biggest kind of carrot at this point right now is, we get noted in a tourist guide, that Maynard has a cultural district. But the initial discussion, a year plus ago was, look, there's no money incentive here right now. And that was always kind of the understanding. It's like, we're not gonna, it's not like the green communities. We're designated green communities. We got a $165 check, $165,000 check. That the day we became designated. There's no monetary value at this point, but they did release some information out of the state that they're looking at funding, through the Cultural Commission and some other areas. So it could open up potential grant money, some other funding that that may allow us. Because we would be a designated cultural district that we, could open up some funding.
It's a relatively new program. I think it's maybe just 3 years old in the state, so it hasn't really reached sort of its full intended fruition.
I think it's interesting to point out, too, when Mill and Maine made their presentation, the one at the library that was very well attended, they actually commented on the fact that they were excited by the cultural district potential down there. And that was sort of a question for you. Have you had conversation with the folks over at Mill and Maine as far as, engaging them into the whole cultural district?
Yes, absolutely. I've had a couple of pretty in-depth conversations with Jill in particular, and a number of conversations with other folks that we see as sort of key kind of anchor institutions within the district. I spent an hour and a half this afternoon with Linda Spear up at Art Space, talking with her, and have had other kind of similar conversations.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, which you don't have in your packet this evening, but just to add to that, as Tim was saying, specifically, Mill and Main, Saracen Properties has written a letter of support. Representative Kate Hogan has written a letter of support. The Chamber of Commerce has written a letter of support. The 495 Metro West Partnership has written a letter of support. I think we received at least 4 or 5 from, major partners, and those are all kind of what the application is looking for. They want to make sure that the town is a partner, that these other entities are partners in an application, so.
Yeah, quick question. One, some of them, some folks have been here, come and gone, some are new. Is the presentation that was done, Kevin, maybe a year ago?
The one that was actually held at ArtSpace?
There was
No, the
one
one that was
downstairs.
The one downstairs, that was after.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, is there a presentation or do we have like a recording any of these presentations that people
One
can take a look
downstairs
at?
was not recorded.
Yeah. Or is there?
I don't even think they gave a PowerPoint or anything either.
I don't recall.
Yeah, I think that was more of a
did?
forum.
It was an informational session.
Did they give a PowerPoint?
They presented a
Showed
PowerPoint, but I don't know if they
pictures of
shared it with us.
Oh, you mean the one downstairs here
Yeah.
last spring?
They showed, like, Gloucester was,
June, I think it was.
Gloucester was in there, and.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, that was, the state.
Mary Jenkins.
That was
Yeah,
the
Mary
state,
Jenkins,
exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I was curious if that's available for
Yeah,
anybody
we
to
can
take a
get
look
that.
at.
I believe some of the stuff, it may not be her PowerPoint, but some of the visuals from it are on the Cultural District website. It's essentially their way of saying, this is what they are, and it explains it. They have a lot of that information on the website.
Okay, I just want to make sure we can get everybody up to speed, so people do have questions. Second thing, can you remind me, has the footprint of the potential cultural district changed at all in the since probably that presentation?
I don't know that it would have been discussed in any great detail in that presentation. There has been, since we assembled the last draft of our application, I have received some advice from somebody very familiar with the program to make a few particular changes to the boundary of the footprint. And it's not a done deal just yet, but yeah, there has been a little bit of movement.
Okay. And just to be clear, it has no bearing really on my support. I think this is I think it's a good idea. You guys have done a ton of work here, especially with some of the changes that have been going on the council. So, it's appreciated. I think, this is sort of a neat opportunity for us, and I think we'd be kind of silly to not take everybody up on it. And just to clarify, you mentioned, there's no money, no grants right now, but there is right now the opportunity for how we market Maynard.
Absolutely.
And some
From a
marketing.
branding standpoint.
Standpoint, how we market Maynard. It's another avenue to market Maynard, and I'm sure Bill's going to stand up here in a few minutes and talk all about it, but that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks.
Terrence, Tim?
The resolution in front of me for us to sign, if we go through this, I am in support of it. I think it's a great idea. I mean, Article 2 abides by many of our Maynard community development principles. Reusing historic buildings, enhancing property values, local culture development, bringing in business, artists, and new ideas. And it's part of Maynard's progress, and I'm all for it. So thank you.
Great, thanks.
I'm good. I asked my questions. I got my answers.
That's good. Okay.
Can I just say something quickly too?
Yes, sir.
Tim has met with us with the Economic Development Committee, and we were very happy, interested, excited to hear what he has to say, and interested in working together moving forward on branding and ideas for those two groups working together for developing the town. Happy to see it too.
Thanks, Chris. Sounds like another positive step for the town. So, need to make a motion to accept and approve as a state designated, Maynard as a state designated cultural district. And I will read the resolution that is part of the motion. So it's Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Town of Maynard, resolution to establish a state-designated cultural district. Whereas Maynard's town center has a mixed-use geographical area with a concentration of cultural facilities and assets, and whereas Maynard has held a public hearing which revealed among town citizens a broad enthusiasm for the creation of a state-authorized cultural district, and whereas members of the Maynard Cultural Council have developed preliminary drafts of the state's application for cultural district recognition, thereby outlining proposals for a range of goals, initiatives, and activities for the potential district, and opening dialogue with several partners whose participation will be central to the success of the district. Now therefore be it resolved that the Maynard Board of Selectmen represent that Maynard, Massachusetts, Article 1, proclaim its interest in establishing a state-designated cultural district. Article 2 endorses the state-sponsored cultural district goals of attracting artists and cultural enterprises, encouraging business and job development, establishing tourist destinations, preserving and reusing historic buildings, enhancing property values, and fostering local cultural development. And Article 3 will appoint a city official to assist the Maynard Cultural Council in its efforts towards the state designation. Given in the Selectmen's Chambers, this the 21st day of July, in the year 2015, the Maynard Board of Selectmen. Any further comments after the reading of the resolution?
Second.
Okay, all in favor of the cultural district? Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim.
Good night. Thanks again, Tim.
Oh, yep, next up is Beep Nemser.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean Bill Nemser.
Speedy
Discuss
Beep, Speedy Beep, right?
She got it done. Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening, Bill. Can you help us out with Beep?
I will, and I'll give a little recap to just catch us up where we were. Last spring, the Board of Selectmen asked the Economic Development Committee to develop a mechanism to distribute downtown enhancement funds.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second, just so that everyone knows what BEEP is? BEEP is the Business Environment Enhancement Program. So, sorry to interrupt you.
Well, that was my next line, but...
Oh, I stole your line? Sorry.
What the committee came up with was the BEEP, and the basis of it is that it's a point-based system. The Economic Development Committee would vet and screen the applications, make recommendations, and send the applicant or applicants forward to the Board of Selectmen for the final approval. The goal of this program is to provide a source of local funding for businesses. It would include all businesses rather than exclusively those in the downtown area. There's several configurations of the program that the EDC recommended. There's one for minor improvements, which would be, is recommended up to $1,000 with a 50-50 match. There's a level 2 or a little more extensive request that an applicant can make for $5,000, again with a 50-50 match. And then the final and the highest level, for lack of a better term, would be a $10,000 award for certain initiatives. At the recommendation of the Board of Selectmen at my last visit, the revised program description, which I believe you have, indicates that the $10,000 can be expanded in certain cases. In reviewing the revisions that the Board of Selectmen recommended, the EDC recognized that there was, indeed, that this had initially been presented a little bit more rigid, and by incorporating some of your recommendations, it lends itself to be a little more flexible. By this way, or by this term, I mean that the improvements could be potentially things like structural changes, general aesthetics, wayfinding, and as now we have a cultural district, other initiatives to strengthen the identity of Maynard. Another key point of the BEAT is that it's intended to be available to businesses, but also to individuals or groups, maybe volunteer groups or other structured groups, organizations, or in some cases even individuals. Anybody can really make the application, but the goal is to expand the impact of the improvements as much as possible and leverage whatever somebody's going to do to enhance the overall business environment for everybody. So rather than saying it's just designed for one specific business, which it may be, when the points are awarded, the overall impact to the business environment is measured. And that's sort of the approach that we tried to come up with in this case. That differed a little bit from the original facade improvement plan of 4 or 5 years ago. The Board of Selectmen asked us, and we incorporated, why limit the awards if there was a consecutive award? We originally proposed limiting that, and as Selectman Gavin pointed out, if it's working, why would we want to penalize somebody for that? But on the other hand, there's always the possibility that we had maybe 2 or 3 good projects and we were down to 1, and we needed a tiebreaker or something to that effect, and in that case, we recommended a prior award recipient would come in second in that case, so that somebody who hasn't received the award would have the opportunity. The other change that we made was a rewording of the inactivity provision, and that was in the event that an applicant was awarded funds and didn't execute the project in a timely fashion, the Board of Selectmen had the right to revoke the award, and it was brought up that that may be a little bit much. So what we recommended is that if there's a period of inactivity, 60 days, that the applicant would reappear in front of the Board of Selectmen to provide an update, and there may be circumstances that lend itself to the delay. If this is approved by the board this evening, the EDC would be prepared to roll this out probably in September. We would utilize a number of outlets to distribute information and solicit applications. I also anticipate that a number of committees and boards would probably be a source of a number of these applications to start off, particularly with some of the changes that we've had coming. And if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them. That's, I think I've pretty much gone over everything. We've incorporated all the changes from my last visit. And if there's anything I can answer.
Any
questions, Jason?
Sure. Bill, remind me on the 60-day, did that come from the board, or honestly can't
The way that, not the 60 days didn't. There was wording I had in there that said after 30 days, the board has the right to revoke the award. And it was brought up that was a bit too heavy, and they wanted me to reword it and sort of lessen the severity of it. But
okay.
that was the origin of that.
I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah. Originally it was 30 days. 30 days the board has the right to revoke, was what I originally had.
So
It was sort of implied that it would be revoked.
Yeah, I'm just curious, is this something where, and just, I'm trying to remember, because I mean, I think I worked under the facade improvement program, so I remember kind of how that worked, and I'm just looking at the 60 days and trying to determine if that's, even if that seems feasible. To me, if you're awarded some funds, and then to be able to get that work done in or started at least in 60 days, would imply that you're coming with an application that's shovel-ready, pardon the term, but...
Yeah, I think, I see your point. Yeah, the thinking there was that maybe you're not ready to go right now. Maybe it is going to be 90 days. Maybe you haven't got any real solid idea, or maybe there's another issue we don't know about. If we have multiple applications, we want the most viable, I would imagine, to go forward, and this just seemed like a way of keeping a little bit of a tight grip, but also giving the opportunity to explain if there is a delay. I mean, maybe the board would be more comfortable if I put in something to the effect of unless, if we just added to the end of that underlined sentence and we said something like, unless the staff has authorized a delay or something to that effect.
I'll be honest with you, Bill, I don't really have an issue with the 60 days because it's not saying we'll be revoked in 60 days. It gives an applicant an opportunity to come in and explain the process, and if the process is, I didn't know if I could, I really wanted what I applied for. I didn't know if I could do it. So therefore, once I got it, I was able to go out and meet with a couple of contractors, get some pricing. I've just received all of that, and now I'm ready to go.
Right.
And they can come in and certainly tell us that. And if they come in and just say, you know what, I thought it was going to be viable, it's not viable, I can't make the 50-50 match 60 days in, then we can decide to, go a different route. I'm okay with that. I'm just more wanted to get to the intent of the...
Well, that was basically it, and I think the other highlight of this is that if an application is approved, then the applicant is going to be assigned a staff person to be coordinating the whole time through. So we could probably just say, shall provide a written explanation of the delay or something to that effect. I think what the intent behind it was that we just didn't want to get, we awarded these funds last year, and it was a 50-50 match, and,
Yep. No, I'm okay with the intent of sort of the sunsetting of it. I just want to make sure I understand the intent of the time, what we're looking for in terms of time.
Yes, sir, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
David?
I have nothing.
Bill, when we have one of these grants through BEEP, does it follow the business, follow the property, what's to guarantee that it's building specific?
Well, I mean,
I guess the concern is, we have somebody that's in a particular building, he goes through the process, he or she, or they go through the process, they're awarded some level of funding, and then, for whatever reason, the process doesn't come to completion, and, where does that leave the town insofar as the grant money is concerned? I doubt it's a concern, but it's just a question to ask.
Well, it's a reimbursement program. So if somebody was awarded funds to do a facade and they went and bought a new car.
Yeah, so it's purely reimbursement, so there's no question about it.
Exactly.
And this property is still left improved.
Yeah.
Right, and that was a discussion we had last time, right? That the improvement, if somebody did get it and improve a property and they leave, we have a better property still.
Terrence?
Negative, nothing. Thank
Tim?
you.
Just to walk me through where the money's coming from. Budget money goes in the downtown enhancement fund, to which the EDC can then accept the grant of $10
So
million.
we have a downtown enhancement fund that roughly has like $144,000 into it. The $100,000 of that money has been available for 5 years. We haven't spent a dime of. And, we've been talking about ways, the intent behind that money was always, to come up with programs. We've done 3 facade projects that came out of different funds, but intent was to invest that money back into the downtown, or, the business community as a whole, really. So what we've added this year was the revenue, if you recall, the revenue from the exact amount of revenue that we collected in FY14 for meter revenue. That was added to the 100,000, giving us that 144,000 and some change. What we never had is the vehicle mechanism to be able for somebody to come in and request access for that money. So this program would allow the EDC to vet applications that they think are viable applications, have merit, encourage, improve the economic development of the town, and make recommendations back to the Board of Selectmen, who have authorization to approve a grant and also authorization to allocate those funds.
So that fund is going to be added to every year to make sure.
That would be a philosophical, policy, if you will, question of the board. I mean, I think we had the conversation. It hasn't been. The way the fund originally started was because of one-time money projects. So, X project gave us, $50,000, this project. So we created this fund to be able to reinvest that. What we did new this year was taking that available revenue when we set the budget and putting that available revenue directly from free cash into particularly into this article. I think the conversation was, we should be looking at reinvesting annually back the amount of money that we collect from meters back into the downtown. And I think that's a good kind of policy, if you will. But we really haven't set that formally yet, right? So this was the first year we've contributed to it. I would hope the board would, see merit in continuing to do that. We could also come to a development agreement with a particular project and ask that they contribute X dollars to the downtown enhancement fund. That would be another mechanism that this particular fund could build up. So right now we have money we've been sitting on for years and haven't, provided. But at the same token, I would hope that, there could be some amount of money that we could continue to reinvest back into this program. And not only from an individual business, but we've had the discussion, and I would expect the EDC would be coming back with a more formal scope and proposal, but looking at the town as an applicant in the sense of accessing, not the BEAT program, but accessing this money with a whole branding project and marketing strategy, some of the stuff that Eric Wing was working on. That's exactly what this money should be utilized for. And so, yeah, the money's where it is, but we haven't committed to continue to fund it, but I would think we would probably go that direction.
Okay, and the $10,000 cap may be expanded based on project merits. How far do you think you would expand the cap?
Well, when we're talking about potential improvements for downtown, it could be something very, small, maybe a painting of a facade or something, but it also may encompass something as complex as infrastructure improvement, maybe a multi-phase improvement over a series of grant cycles even. So I think it would really depend on how well the program works, how defined the application is, if it's something larger. Wayfinding is something that has come up repeatedly. Pedestrian improvements in the basin area, perhaps complete streets, or something like that, could be something that's, over time is considerably more than $10,000. And so the thinking was that, leave that room there, because we don't know what's going to pop up. We can always say no, but we should listen to it and evaluate it, and it may be something, maybe a $1,000 grant, or it may be a $30,000 grant.
But at the end of the day, the discretion and approval would still lie with the Board of Selectmen. So.
Sure. Right.
Are you saying that the wayfinding signage, that type of thing, and the any improvements needed in the basin parking would be eligible? Wouldn't those be public? Like public funds anyway?
Yes.
Are we saying that if you, suppose you come, Can the town grant itself the money?
I think that the intent, the way we crafted this, was that we didn't want to make it so that staff could supplement a department budget or something like that, no. But on the other hand, if the cultural council came forward with a proposal for infrastructure improvements, that was something that was not even on the town budget or something, would we want that to be eligible? Yes. And that's why the discretion in the end is, you know,
I think
left
the takeaway is the beep is just one vehicle to access the use of the downtown enhancement funds. It's not the only vehicle. So if the board as a whole also had the mindset of, hey, we should be exploring wayfinding signs, well, you know, Kevin, where do we have money to do this? You know, hey, we have money in the downtown enhancement. It might be, you know, that'd be another opportunity that so the BEAT program isn't the downtown enhancement fund, in essence of, this is just a vehicle for businesses and from an economic development to be able to access funds that we have set aside, but there are other mechanisms.
Anybody else have any further questions for Bill?
Just as a suggestion for the EDC, can we possibly, you know, when they're making decisions, have they come up with a policy about application processes?
I'm sorry, about what?
Have they thought about application processes as, you know, what they're gonna hold people to, and they're not gonna, if they have two great ones for $5,000 a piece and that makes $10,000, is there a way that they are not gonna go over the limit and say, there's a last minute application, let's put it through? Because I've seen other committees do that and not hold to the deadline, and we'd be spending more money than we probably should be at that point.
There's no deadline.
I'm sorry?
There is no deadline.
Yeah, these are rolling.
It's open.
They're rolling, yeah. So, yeah, and if the fund was exhausted, the fund would be, yeah.
I think,
Just to clarify, so if no one makes a request for the grant, then take the beep out of the equation, downtown enhancement fund, that money's sitting there anyways. So.
Correct.
So whether the beep makes a recommendation, you know, or the EDC makes a recommendation for beep grant, and somebody else comes in when they weren't expecting it, if that money's available and it's a legitimate thing, I mean, I don't think there would be much impact to actually provide that to them, right? So.
correct.
Because the money is still just sitting there. It's not. like
Yeah,
we're
it's not tied with other, you know, to Tim's point, tied with, you know, the way other funding mechanisms are set up that have actual calendar commitments, town meeting votes, things like that, where they do have deadlines. This is, the money's available to use at our discretion, and it's a rolling, you know, a rolling application without deadlines. I think Chris Worthy, actually, Mr. Chair, had a comment.
I should have
Yeah,
introduced you, I apologize.
Chris is the chairman of the Economic Development Committee for,
Just one thing that we had continually talked about when coming up with ideas is that presentation, the study and presentation by Kay Behringer kept coming up, and we just thought it'd be important to, she had great ideas, to keep those ideas in mind when considering projects, and whether to approve projects, and also to consider whether the town department or committee should take on a project if it's in line with something that she had that was very important and looked great for town development. Thought that would be a good thing to keep in mind moving forward for the life of however this lasts, however long this lasts.
Anyone else? Okay. We'll make a motion. Make a motion to accept and approve Business Environment Enhancement Program.
I'll second.
Any more comments, further comments? Everyone in favor? Opposed? None.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
Chris.
Thank you.
Chris.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
You're up again?
this should be briefer.
Oh, just,
Good, yeah.
just, I think you had a flyer enclosed for Maynard Advantage, which is our initial branding program that the EDC voted. It is a tagline that lends itself to a number of different uses. Part of it was the one that I included in your packet was just a basic way to advertise our brand Maynard for people that may not be familiar with it. We wanted to make something that would be flexible enough where we could use it for everything from recruiting for businesses to a new home. Somebody's considering purchasing a new home for a variety of uses. But the tagline, the Maynard Advantage, New England Living for Everyone, was something that seemed to lend itself to a number of different configurations. And I enclosed a number of different ideas below your packet. Actually, Tim's still here. Tim Hess has done a number of other configurations of this, and I think it'll be a very flexible tagline. We could gives us something to run with and develop some marketing. And I just wanted to kind of just make sure that everybody saw it and see if there are any comments or thoughts about.
It's a standalone.
I see it. I think it's great. I mean, it's more of what we're looking to do, and advertising our community and selling our community, and
we have a lot of advantages.
The Maynard advantages.
Right, the Maynard advantage, right? You see, it works.
Thanks, Bill. Who's designing this? Like the layout and the graphics, and so.
Mr. Hess has done the graphics, and I think the intent. Although I could let him speak to it, and we haven't officially. We just came up with a couple of different designs, but I think the essence of it would be that the picture can change, that what you're talking about can change. I could see this as perhaps being mailed to all the graduating class at a university where we want to talk about startups, so we could gear it towards startup businesses, or perhaps outside of Logan Airport when you're coming in, you have no idea what Maynard is, and you go by on the little people mover and Maynard Advantage, what's this? It's just very flexible, and I think it was simple, and I hope that.
We're instructing staff to answer the phone now with the Maynard Advantage.
It's a great day for the Maynard Advantage. And so because everything is teed up right now so well, and it would be nice to have our identity. I think that between the cultural district, between all the great things we have going on right now, this complements it. But that's all I have, and I'll.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. All right.
You want to lead us into number 11, Kevin?
So, item 10, if we could just.
We already did. Oh, we wanted to finish.
We did.
Oh, we kind of tabled.
Sort of tabled it.
I don't know if there's more. So Andrew came in fashionably late. But we started
Switch into his shirt so everyone knew who he was.
We started the discussion around, the River Street parking, and I gave an overview of where things are at today, and so we have been researching, what type of decals, tags, all that. I mean, that's the easy stuff. It really comes back to, what does the board want to do with that parking that lot that we've purchased, and if you still feel like there's questions that you want answered before we make those decisions, like, what's the potential impact that the row house number of cars they may need, or anything like that. The chief is also still here, so, I mean, we could, another option that, that Terrence had said is, that 2-hour limit option, that use of that lot, that on-street parking really is what it is. Was virtually never utilized, other than when the church had something kind of going on, and now more so that they don't have access to the Walnut Street parking lot. That might be an option where we could pick up a few extra spaces by, removing that restriction. That's not going to be a key impact area that's going to require the business turnover like a downtown parking spot would, which you really need to have that meter or minimum parking for that turnover, which, the businesses count on. So, I guess it's just
Well, you know what?
conversationally.
Perhaps as I mentioned earlier, getting a conversation going with the Business Alliance to see how they want to approach, the whole permitting thing. Seeing how much use it gets, that will then allow us, once we go live with even the business owners and their employees, that'll allow us to then assess, do we really need, in order to get the bang for our buck that we spent the money on, do we then need to consider opening it up for private parking for the nearby residents? But so perhaps maybe we take it step by step, we move forward with the businesses at this point and say, okay, it's available, we're going to hand out permits or whatever, and then we assess it after, a quarter or half a year to see how much use it's getting, and then move forward to see if we want to expand it further.
Selectman Gavin, did you read my proposal before you made that statement?
I did not.
That's pretty much exactly what the proposal says.
I like that proposal.
Where's the proposal?
It was not.
He was late, but he was gonna
It was
speak
not put in
to
your
some
packet
more
because it
than
wasn't
talking.
finished until Monday afternoon as a draft.
Okay.
Kevin's covered the high points, and what I would prefer to do is provide you with the presentation for you to see the detail behind it. We've already met with MBA and so on. And then perhaps at our next meeting, we can sort of move forward with a pilot program, which is what I would be proposing with all this detail behind it, that we try it out, see what works, tweak it a little bit, and then move forward. But I think you'll see that there's a convincing case to be made that we need to do something, because our downtown parking will be evolving in the next few years because of all the things that we know about happening down there. And we should get ahead of that. We shouldn't wait till there's a problem and then try to solve it. We can predict it.
That was the whole intent of purchasing the piece of property, was to get ahead of the problem.
Exactly.
And I don't know what you've written, but I definitely know that when we set out to do it, we were definitely not considering at that time a component of residential in that spot, especially, just because we were looking at that property at that time as a way to recoup some of the lost parking spaces we're gonna lose along, some of the business areas, and specifically out behind CVS for the people that work in town, whether it be there or somewhere else, to have a place to park, to free up some of the other parking spaces for those businesses' customers. I don't think we should waver from that standpoint.
Well, I agree that was the approach, but remember, at that point, the Saracen parking spot, or the Mill and Main parking lot, had not yet been basically closed to the residents that need it, so there's a little bit of a new dynamic there. And I think, go ahead.
So a couple other factors too, something that we didn't address in those conversations, but has come to the forefront recently with what's going on with the rail trail, is that there's about 40 to almost 60 spaces between the post office and the end of Railroad Street that the town owns, but are used almost exclusively by that residential neighborhood. A permitting program for downtown residents would be appropriate. Right now they're getting free use of town land, town resources. It's unlikely that anyone else would park there given the location of the lots, but the town could get some benefit, derive some benefit from that use of those spaces with a program like this. And you see it all over the world. There's residential parking programs. It's not unique to Maynard. But this is a lot to digest. I'd hoped to have it ready for your packet last week. It wasn't ready. And rather than dive into the details tonight, I was happy to have Kevin do the overview, provide it to you in detail now to digest it for the next meeting for more feedback, more input.
Can we get it in electronic copy format?
Absolutely.
So we can see that?
Yeah, it's a 2-page write-up with all bullet points, keep it simple. A chart of a lot of data about how many spaces are downtown, public and private, and so on. And then a map that we did that shows you which spaces are public and private. So, you go through it. I think you'll be happy to see the effort that went into it.
Included in that, is there anything that tells us that for each of those buildings that we're discussing right now, that have any number of those 60 spots throughout town that you mentioned, where are the parking spaces, or where would the parking be that accompany those buildings when they were built? I mean, you can't build,
So for instance, Railroad Street was built in 1929, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not many people had cars back then. It wasn't a big deal, so they didn't require them to have parking. The houses are built right on the street, and the town owned property across the street that was turned into parking probably 50 years later.
It's similar to even the downtown, mixed use. There's no parking assigned to above Halfway Cafe. The residents there used to park underneath the parking deck.
Serendipity has no parking.
Above there, those residential spaces, they don't own their own parking.
so is there any parking with the white building in the back of River Street?
No.
No.
Row house, no.
There's 18 spaces on River Street that are town-owned.
But they're not any good from November 15th or December 1st to the end of whatever anyway.
So clearly there's an issue. And
Yeah, I don't have a problem with altering the course, just, but you're gonna end up filling a lot before you put a single business vehicle back there.
No, I don't think we've
You have
gotten
to.
to that point yet, because I think first we're opening it up to the
Well,
business, because
but
obviously if
you're not
32
at-
cars
you're not-
parked back
You're not at
there.
that point yet, but if you lose the spaces if you lose the spaces behind the post office and lose the spaces on Railroad Street, some of which you're gonna lose to the rail trail, and you lose all the spaces out behind there, and you still have 18 spaces that you need for the people at River Street, you fill a 32 space lot pretty quick. If that's gonna be the only place where there's nighttime parking allowed.
Sorry,
in the winter.
the 18 spaces are on River Street.
But they were not good for 5 months a year.
But the people that live in those row houses don't have 18 cars. That's, they're not using those 18 spaces. I'm suggesting that in addition to the River Street lot we recently purchased, there are 18 spaces on River Street.
And part of that too is a bigger conversation of we ought to be thinking potentially residential permit parking, because we're not gonna lose all of Railroad Street parking, right?
Right.
But going forward a year from now, do we wanna just make it de facto Railroad Street parking, even though it's town-owned parking?
Shouldn't the landlord be compensating us for those
There should be
spaces?
some.
Yeah, somebody
If
should.
indeed that's what happens.
He's charging rent and the people expect parking.
I mean, at some point, the discussion has to be had, and there has to be some sort of written notification to the landlord and the tenants, and say, hey, as of such and such a date, there's gonna be a bulldozer, and there's gonna be no more parking spaces.
We met with him 5 hours ago.
Yeah, I mean, you start painting numbered spaces on the spaces you don't own, and, it creates a,
Yeah, that's who we met with.
Go ahead, Tim.
Can I just ask, the people that live, there were people that live in the row houses that, in the appropriate part of the year, probably park parallel parking on that street. In the other part of the year, they were parking in the Saracen lot. And Saracen, have they said as of date X, or have they said as of now? You can't
it's
park.
come and gone.
Yeah.
I mean,
Saracen
yeah,
doesn't
it's
own
it's
it,
come
the
and
company
gone.
that
It's
owns
a
it.
liability. It's just,
There's no wiggle room there to be had.
yeah, no.
They could have chosen to issue permits. It's private property. They could have done it.
Yeah, we'll just keep moving, so we're gonna get Andrew's.
Yeah, so
information,
we'll,
back on the
put it
agenda
back
for the
on
4th.
Yeah. Just, I really would like you to digest the proposal and
I suggested to Kevin earlier that we go on a field trip and just take a look as a group with, if it's Aaron or whoever it has to be, or Chris or Aaron, just kind of so everyone understands exactly what we're looking at when we're talking about at some point. I just,
it's a walkable town.
Yeah, I know.
It would have to be a posted walk.
Yeah, and just for your familiarity, the yellow lines here, Summer, Maine, Nason, and so on, is approximately the cultural district that Mr. Hess talked about
Okay.
earlier.
Do we have that in Dropbox, that map? Can you put it in Dropbox?
You will tonight, yeah.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Okay, so I guess we're
Going
on
along
to
to 11.
number 11. Could you lead us into that, Kevin?
Yeah, so the time has come for the request to renew the employment agreement with the police chief. The chief's current contract is due to expire on September 29th, 2015. So we're certainly at the timeline to open discussion for renewal of his terms of his agreement. And that's pretty much it. I think the chief has done an excellent job since coming on board. He's certainly been highly regarded regionally, throughout the state by his peers. I'm on an advisory group with the Northeast Mass Law Enforcement Council. I hear impressive things from his colleagues all the time. Certainly can't say enough about him. The fact that in the last couple of years we've worked towards recent certification, the efforts there, internal policies that he's put in place for the department, the overall morale of the department, certainly since the chief's come on board, from what I've been able to witness in my time as a town administrator and certainly my 6 years with the town of Maynard, is at a high. And again, we're looking to vote on the renewal of the terms of his agreement. As a chief, he's been appointed indefinite. We're not looking to reappoint him as the chief of police, but certainly I don't know that we'll have him too long if he's working without a contract. So my recommendation, high recommendation, would be to vote to approve that we negotiate a successor employment agreement with Chief Mark Dubois, and allow me to work on the terms of that and bring that back before the board in executive session to talk further details and discussion.
When does it expire?
September 29th, 2015. It's an odd agreement.
Yeah.
It's interesting, but we're going to clean it up, hopefully.
We're just going to, this motion is just to vote to
renew the contract.
Just to allow you to negotiate to renew the contract.
Yeah, so the vote to
vote is actually to renew the contract itself.
Contract itself, and furthermore to authorize the town administrator to
discuss terms.
To discuss the terms.
I don't think the board would I don't anticipate the board's going to feel differently, but I just want to personally say I was on the board when we interviewed, and I was on the board when we hired the chief, and I've had a number of conversations with him via email, etc. I think he knows the regard that I have for him and what he's brought to our community. I am strongly in favor of renewing the chief's contract, and I hope to have him for years to come. So, and you know that, Chief, so thank you.
Any other comments by anybody?
It's all right.
No. How do you top the first one? I mean, come on, David. Leave something for the rest of us, will you?
So I will make a motion that we authorize that we renew.
Well, we could actually do it and read the motion if you want.
I will do that.
I can read it. The motion to renew the police chief employment contract and furthermore authorize the town administrator to negotiate a successor agreement for Board of Selectmen review and ratification.
Second.
Any comments, questions?
No.
All in favor?
Okay, what you wish for?
Thank you. Where are we at?
The reserve fund transfer?
Yeah, so I...
Chief, run out, right away, Rich, run out.
I can sleep easy now.
Talk to you tomorrow. See you guys.
Take care.
Item 12 is a procedural, financial procedural thing. Those that are on the board, David, recall, I mean...
Pretty much David.
Yeah. Prior years, we've gone through this in years past. Prior years, we haven't had to. The reason behind that is we had adopted for a couple of years a bottom line budget, which allowed the accounting office, the financial team, to be able to move funds anywhere within any department. We had some written controls in there so that one department wasn't expending more than was allowed. But at the end of the day, at the end of the fiscal year, when it comes time to doing closeout documentation, it wasn't an issue for us to be able to do that within the accounting office, in the sense of balancing it out as long as that bottom line, multi-million-dollar bottom line budget was still in the positive. So what you have before you is an itemized, so we've changed the way we've done the FY15 budget and now FY16 budget. We've changed and gone away from a bottom line budget, but not an individual department approved budget, but a cost center budget. So what you have before you is a transfer within cost centers and transferring available expenses from a department within one cost center, particularly the benefits cost center, to cover other areas throughout. It's, if you look on to kind of the third column over, that's A, B, C, D, E. The A column is essentially what we call general government. The B is what we call public safety. It's police, fire, and dispatching. C is the highway or DPW Department of Public Works. D is what we call cultural, which is really the library. E is essentially part of that benefits insurance piece. So that's just kind of columnizing where it's coming from. But the bottom line is we're taking money out of available money out of benefits to balance other areas within other cost centers, and that's allowable to do as long as it's not more than 3% of a particular cost center. We can do that from an accounting mechanism, as long as we go through the process of myself reviewing it, ultimately notifying and approval of the transfers by the Board of Selectmen, and then ultimately this will be before the Finance Committee on Monday. They're aware of it and are expecting it, and we'll go through that. That'll allow the accountant to be able to make those adjustments. Him and I have met weekly since the closing of the books, since the end of the fiscal year and the start of the new year, reviewing all this and seeing where we were from reserve fund needs, as well as transfer of funds. So that's what you have before you. And again, that addresses the town-wide, non-school related cost centers as a balancing act.
Okay, thank you. Make a motion to accept and approve the fiscal year 15 budget transfers as presented.
I have to ask a question here. Point of clarification. On this report, I do see something that directly relates to a family member of mine. So does that preclude me from actually look under the...
As long as you
first-
disclose it.
It's not part of the, it's not part of this.
David's moving over there.
It's not part of this, though.
I just want to make
It's
sure.
probably best just to...
I'd just recuse yourself. We have enough
yourself.
of
We
a
have the
board.
quorum, but in reality, because it's just flipping money once to the other, it really doesn't affect.
We're not voting that amount as a raise, for instance, so you don't have a financial benefit from it, but.
All right, just making sure. I want a precedent setter. I don't want any nonsense later on.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
That was okay. Wasn't it?
Okay.
Kevin, real quick question on the so on E's and S's here, so what's this? 1, 2, 3, fourth block down.
Yep.
There's a bunch of transfers over to cemetery.
Fourth block, oh, okay, you're
So
talking cost center block.
cemeteries, yeah, so.
Supervisor.
Was this, so is it, I see, my guess is savings from streetlights?
Yes.
Or unexpended funds from streetlights, and then a highway salary.
Right.
But then there's a decent number of increases to cemetery. Were they unbudgeted? Was that under-budgeted? Was that because we've now transitioned some stuff over to cemetery from DPW?
Correct, it happened within 15.
Okay.
And the reality was, it was unbudgeted. And with the creation sort of at the beginning of 15 of the divisions, with the focus division of cemeteries, park, recreation, that's sort of where that's at. But we've been watching the bottom line of the impacts and identifying where those funds would come from. But it is fully budgeted for in 16.
Right, so
yeah.
this was the feeling out the new.
Correct.
the new situation and kind of getting things taken care of, up and running, and probably fixed.
Yes.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thanks.
Point of order, we did not have a motion on the table yet because it was never seconded, but so I will second it.
Okay.
Any more questions or comments? All in favor?
For one abstention?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Just to add to that, FY15, we're in really good shape. We've started to build out already. We're what 17's looking like, but yeah, that's in the early phases. We're focused on
17.
closing out. We're closing out the FY15 stuff. This is one piece of it, but Schedule A looking at potentially where we're going to have free cash. We're in great shape there. We've had a good year. So at the end of the day, the budget is in balance, in good shape, and we got a lot accomplished. So that it really shouldn't much more discussion on 15 budget, and we're on to 16, and
Already talking 17.
and on to 17. Yeah. So thank you.
Okay, economic development update. Yeah,
I'll keep it short. Not a whole lot to report yet. The board saw the communication, from an economic development standpoint with regards to Saracen securing a lease of 100,000 square feet with the Stratus property, with the Stratus business locating there in March of 2016. It's a sizable, certainly a huge benefit that Stratus is not leaving the town of Maynard. We've had early conversations with them with regards to that, and special thanks to Saracen and Ted Saraceno and those guys, and working with them on making sure they not only stayed in Maynard, but it's great that that they're staying in Maynard, but they're also now going to be located at the mill. We're reaching out to the property owner of the Stratus building, anticipating that being vacant, and what that might mean. So that conversation is coming, and will continue to come. But
Kevin, what building are they moving into in the mill?
we haven't been told that yet. I don't know exactly what they're building out. It's sort of, I think they're still playing with that. They might have an idea, but they haven't notified us of that. And part of that March timeline is their existing lease, but also the build out of space. But certainly, that's 10% of the entire mill space that one company will be taking, and more than 10% of the anticipated occupants of that space. So it's great. And it kind of, I look at it as hopefully it creates opportunity for something else out on Powder Mill. It's a unique property. It's a good location. It's certainly a sizable property. It has its issues depending on from a marketing standpoint, but we'll see what can happen there. Continue to tap the market and do what we can. I've had conversations with Representative Hogan and the folks from 495 Metro West Partnership that this is coming. They've been notified. Ideas they may have that interested tenants, occupants. We still continuously throw out possible needs of higher education. Would be a great location for some co-op campuses, satellite campuses. So we'll continue on our end to do as much as we can, and certainly that's an impact for the community. But I think the benefit certainly of keeping them in Maynard and also having them in our downtown and pouring into our downtown is great as well. So that was good news. We also have been meeting with Jill Macon primarily from Saracen, and discussing short and long-term plans, ideas, particularly about marketing the downtown and bringing the downtown business owners into the conversation, not just limiting that to Saracen, but, others of the downtown as a whole, what their project, what that impacts that might have, with the rest of the downtown business owners, and how we can have that conversation. So we've done that. Again, mentioned the Stratus piece. If you've driven by Maury's, you'll notice now that after their random Saturday opening, they are now completely closed. The sign has been removed from the building. It's closed up. There's some rumblings around town about potential purchase of, that property, maybe doing something with taking that property and Walgreens, but nothing has come to any type of fruition or has been solidified that we've seen. So we continue to keep our ears from with regards to that. I mean, them closing and the future of that site next to another vacant, large parcel, commercial building in town with Walgreens. So, on the other side of that, you've seen across the street from there, Nexus Dental is put their signs up. They're now going to be located at that McDonald's Developments building on Main Street. The commercial, they're occupying the entire street level commercial space for their new dental office. So that'll be coming online and open.
Does that building have a name, or are we just referring it to McDonald's because he's developing?
Yeah, I don't.
10 Main Street.
Yeah, the other ones do have names. I haven't seen anything for this one. It's Maynard Commons. Maynard Commons is one. There's another Marketplace, but those aren't. That's not in reference to Main Street. That's in reference to Nason is.
I thought it had a name at some
I'm
point.
sure it does. Yeah. I'll look into
Check the
what
planning board
what it was, but there hasn't been anything like that's come out and branded it like welcome to Maynard Commons or something like that. But yeah, I'll look into this what that is. It's still it looks like they're still advertising and seeking tenants from the residential standpoint, but
It looks like he has tenants in there already.
yeah, it's true.
So we've issued certificates of occupancy.
Temporary. There's a temporary certificate
Went
of
down that
occupancy.
slippery slope on another one with
Yeah.
him. I just want to make sure that we're not, once they're there, it's going to be real hard to try people out by
Yeah,
saying it's
absolutely.
only temporary, so.
Why did we get rent to temporary? What was the reason for that?
The building was signed off and was ready with the acceptance of some site development stuff. It's fairly common.
So the building is signed off on?
Yeah, the location that the occupants are in are the whole first floor, but building, plumbing, electrical, fire has signed off that it could be occupied. But the temporary is because there's still outstanding checklist items. He's met with Wayne Amico to discuss, or actually has provided a definitive plan with Wayne Amico, our engineer, as to when the final asphalt and, all the site improvement stuff will be done. There is a timeline that he's given to them, and I know the temporary occupancy window was very short. It wasn't open-ended, it was like 60 days, and would be renewed or
Is there a
reviewed.
timeline for him to complete it?
No.
Yeah, the 60 days is, I think it's coming up.
It's hitched on a permanent occupancy, but
So if it's not done by a certain date, what's the?
Penalty. No, there's no, I
Is
mean,
there a penalty? I mean, I don't know if there's a penalty. What's the result if it's not ready? Tell the people, pull the temporary?
yeah, that's one
That's
thing.
Jason's point.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, to the point
You
that
certainly
Jason's getting at,
don't issue any additional occupancy
I'll be
permits.
Dave to the point. What happens if he doesn't do it by the time he's supposed to? What's the penalty? What's the repercussion?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's the occupancy permit, the permanent occupancy permit on the building. But, I mean, the buildings, they're looking for all that too. I mean, the building's insured, it's considered a commercial building in that sense, liability. They're gonna be looking for all that to be provided too. It's a common,
I think the occupancy permits were issued to the leaseholders that he already had. He hasn't sold all the apartments, so I don't think he can get any more in terms of that being the penalty. He has somebody who wants to rent, but they're not allowed to until he clears the temporary
yeah,
issue
no,
orders.
that's true.
I think that may also include Nexus. I don't think they're going to be allowed to occupy.
Yeah, it wasn't, it only, the temporary occupancy wasn't an open-ended for the entire building use. It was temporary occupancy for first floor units, so limiting them to 10 units or something like that, to be able to.
First floor residential or
rent.
first
Yeah,
floor?
yeah, first floor.
First floor's the dentist.
Yeah. I look at that at the street level, but yeah, first floor.
We can get clarification on that for you.
It's the first floor, because the building is deep, and that dental office space just occupies a very shallow piece of it. The first floor starts behind it, as well as on top of it. So it kind of goes like this, above it. That, if you look at that, the commercial space isn't that as big as it might look from the street. It has the whole frontage of the building, but it's not very deep. Behind that is some of the residential component piece. So, yeah, from a economic development standpoint, it's another business in town and another mixed-use project. That's all I had on that.
Did we get Maury's liquor license back?
No, we have to go through a hearing for that. He was notified that he failed to notify the town. He was given a letter, certified letter that was sent out, notifying them that, we come to our attention that they closed. They provide the section of the requirements that require him to notify the town within 10 days and to provide a plan as soon as possible and we haven't heard from him. So the next piece that we would do is do an advertised hearing, in which the hearing outcome would be a revocation of the license.
And if somebody purchases that property in the interim,
He doesn't own it.
he does not own the
He was
license.
renting the restaurant.
He owns the license.
Yeah, he owns the license, but it's similar to like Peyton's, he owns the business, and, the building itself
I gotcha.
is
Okay.
owned by
Okay.
another woman. He's actually been evicted from the property and, for, other stuff, but the property itself, he just owns
So if somebody
owns
buys the
business.
property, they don't get the liquor license?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so the answer is we haven't heard from him. Chris and I are going to be talking about scheduling a hearing for a revocation as soon as possible.
It's just funny based on prior conversation. So, to tonight.
Difference is all the other license holders had responded, at least, we're looking into something or something. There has been zero response with regards
He
to.
responded to any of the letters we sent in the last 3 weeks, 2-3 weeks?
No. No.
His response would have to be to who at Town Hall specifically? Is it good enough for him to walk into the clerk and say he's responding to it? To the treasurer, just to?
No, it's
to
the response is to the local licensing authority, so it's to the Board of Selectmen. So it would be, it would be vetted ideally, into Becky or into my office, would be the appropriate response.
Yeah, and if somebody goes into the clerk's office, I'm sure they know to send them down.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Haven't dealt with him in the past, I assure you, he hasn't been in the building.
Okay.
Or attempted the calls, so.
Town administrators report.
Well, that was one item, I was gonna talk about. I put in recently a quick, overview illustrating, some of the concerns that were brought up, I actually believe by Selectman Gavin and, some others who I've had over the last 2 weeks conversationally. I've asked the chief and, engineer and DPW to assess, Main Street and the concerns of the, vehicle traffic that's driving up the one-way on Main Street. You have before you a colored diagram of the area and some proposed installation of some additional signage to make it clearer. We've had reports from businesses on the lower part of Main Street that have reported that it's happening. The police chief himself has actually made a motor vehicle stop. When he was parked down in that area, somebody was coming towards him. he put on his lights and made a motor vehicle. So he's witnessed it. We've had other complaints. So they assessed it this afternoon. What you have before you in that picture diagram is a recommendation that from our engineer that we can enhance the visibility of the fact that it's a one-way, do not enter. And I think that's the plan we're going to go with, for addition of, a few $100s and a few additional signage, and see if we can get some better improvement, relocating some of it. Some of it's installing a new post and making it a little more visible. You look at some of the signs are sort of, some of them are a little not as obvious as they probably should be. It's kind of a unique situation when you're coming down in front of McDonald's and you were to take a left. The no left-hand turn signal is actually on the island, so it's on the right-hand side, although on both sides of Main Street it says do not enter, and it also has one-way signs. The no left turn signal is actually located on the island pole. So what we're proposing to do is install a sign directly across so that it's diagonal with where you would be turning into, as well as enhance the signage once you start to go down that direction. So that's the proposal that was presented to me that I think makes sense, and we'll do what we can to enhance that.
Is that where it appears people are coming from, not from McDonald's per se?
Yes.
They're taking the left off
Yes.
of 27.
Yes. Yep. And most of the time, it's happening at slow hours. If you were to do it in an afternoon, you're not going to turn left up Main Street, because a lot of times those lanes, there's always somebody either trying to cross over Summer and, go up Acton, or somebody's in the left-hand lane trying to go up Summer Street, or in the right-hand lane. There's usually vehicle traffic that makes it pretty obvious that it's a one-way. But if you've never been into the town and,
Does
like
GPS,
something
has
like
anybody
that.
ever checked GPS to see if GPS says
I
take a
don't know
left,
that.
to get to like CVS, take a left?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a
I
left.
would imagine that those updates have happened.
It
but-
doesn't.
No, it knows that. Mine knows that.
Yeah, but not in,
You
since
can't
what,
take a left.
80s?
Right.
Yeah, GPS is developed after.
Never tried it because
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's
After
the
the
thing.
turn from into a one-way.
After a day of golf,
It would
you
have been.
I witnessed somebody coming out of the
I don't go on
McDonald's
that
code,
road.
so it's the only time it's not just coming off of, so.
Really don't
Yeah, it's a mix of it.
mix business with pleasure.
It's surprising how far up some of them had gotten before, either they noticed or somebody flagged them down, or.
I watched a gentleman come all the way down. We were walking down by the bean house, and you could see him make the turn. He was coming, and he just
Yeah,
kept coming
I
down.
was behind somebody that pulled out of Walnut. I was behind them. They took a left, went around the actual island to go up Mason. I mean, that took some effort. They literally had to go down and around. I mean,
They're probably bitching about Jesus. This
that's
town.
delineated pretty obvious.
Listen, when I was a kid, we used to come out this way, and we used to go that way. We used to go up. We used to be able to take a left there.
Yeah, to go up.
It's
Yeah.
a long
Break
time
into
ago.
the cinema?
It's pretty obvious now.
That's before the cinema.
So just kind of as an FYI, we're gonna try to do what we can to enhance the safety of that and address certainly the businesses that have raised some concerns and try to make that more visible. We're ramping up, trying to ramp up code enforcement efforts. Have been really stressing upon the need to do this. Within conversations and down through Andrew and municipal services, that it's got to be a priority as it comes to code enforcement, and particularly in some areas. And to that point, I had arranged a meeting, or I had asked for our initial meeting, the chief of police and Andrew and myself to meet with the property owner at Railroad Street. Had arranged for that. We had a hour-long discussion, I guess you'd call it a discussion, about the condition of his property and what we expect, and put him on notice as to the importance of that location, the importance of that property, the lack of the way it's been handled and managed since he took ownership in 2011, and really put him on notice, put him back on his heels, and let him know that he's going to be held accountable for that property. He's seems to express that he understands that and has some big plans for the place. We'll see what happens, but we'll continue to hammer that. We stressed at this time next year, the rail trail construction is going to be underway. We use that as an opportunity to bring up the parking issue, and also Mill and Main, with the development and revitalization over at Mill and Main with the mill and the pond, and the transformation that's going to happen over there to have the condition of his property the way it is, looking beautiful, looking into the mill, but not so much looking out. So again, this was the first meeting that anybody's ever had, so it was a little bit of a struggle to get him in here, because he was very concerned as to why he was being brought in and wanted to deal with it over the phone. But he was in person. We were tied up with him till about 6:30 this evening, and we'll see if he takes it to heart. The rail trail easements are in process. We hope to have them majority pretty much all secured by the end of July, and we're aiming again for the August 18th deadline, or August 18th board meeting, for those final easements to be ready to go and voted and acted on. We should be in good shape with regards to that. Looking to invite the golf course management folks in to speak with the board again in August. They've been doing very well this year, and they have the report for June, but to give a kind of a, not the end of the season, but give an update to the board for this season, and invite Kevin Osgood in to discuss with the board. Hopefully in August. I'd talk with the chairman, see what makes sense, but in the near future. Open table, I don't know if I know they were looking at space, and last we were talking, I thought they might have a place in line. Have you had any further?
I haven't got the confirmation, but we believe they're going to be in Sudbury, reopening on Tuesday nights, and this is another temporary location. They are trying to find a permanent home. So they have the resources to purchase, but they need to find the right place.
Yeah. The other thing, taking up sort of as an old business item, I provided the board with the letter. I had spoke in depth with Representative Hogan, as well as our Chief of Staff, Courtney, for the last 2 weeks, in trying to get an answer on that definition of location. I provided the board with the letter from Chair Spiliotis of the committee with regards to the language and what they're looking for. Yeah, essentially, it's not a negotiable item. In accordance with Rep. Hogan, this is a long-standing policy that the legislature had been putting these restrictions on additional liquor licenses, because they're the licenses that we're requesting above and beyond our quota. So if we had a specific address of a recipient for which we were requesting a license, it would be a different conversation. But we're requesting licenses in general without a specific location identified above what's already allowed as our quota, and it's the same standard that they've been holding every community to with regards to that license language, that revised language that they had recommended out of committee. Kate said that, yeah, again, Rep. Hogan said that that's been fairly standard for the last few years, that they've been asking any communities that don't have a specific location. If we were coming in and asking for 2 additional liquor licenses for businesses at 129 Parker Street, say, for instance, versus we're just asking for 6 all alcohol licenses, it's that they've been putting this restriction in place. So.
So location means location, and that's the bottom line.
Right.
So that puts a burden
without those.
upon us to make sure that we are allocating them to the
Yeah.
correct and proper locations. The
Right.
ones that are
Assign
new, we
them
want
to,
to
yeah.
allocate to ones, for example, we talked to a business tonight that we know is not going anywhere. So if they were to get a liquor license, we know they're not going to move their location from that spot. So that would be a good place to give one of the non-flexible,
Yeah, or for at least a 3-year, you know.
for at least 3 years.
Restriction.
So I wonder, to the point that David's making, I wonder if that means if they take the license, if he takes a license, right? We give him a license. One of these new licenses ends up with fine arts. Does that license cover just the theater? Now, if he wants to go next door and serve out of the smaller piece of that building,
Little
which
restaurant.
he was referring to in different conversations, not necessarily tonight, as a cafe, is that a new location?
It's a new location.
Yeah, and
Different
I mean,
address,
so
new
he's,
That's
location.
what
so
was
he would
unclear
need,
from
he
that.
would need two,
Different parcels.
he would need 2 licenses,
Yeah,
if that
in
was the
fact-
case.
But in fact, the address that was provided on, I think the
Andrew.
transfer license was technically the address of that old cafe too.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not a
That's what
different
we were-
parcel.
There was
It's
uncertainty
just, it's 2 addresses.
until tonight what he was going
It
to
was
do.
17 summer, wasn't it?
Yeah, 17, 19, 21, I think is the address of that
That is
building.
a different
Wasn't-
address.
It wasn't the same in the past, it was 2 addresses.
It still is.
Yeah.
I-
It
that's
may-
what's
it may not be
confusing
2
to us.
parcels, Jason, but it's multiple addresses.
Can zoning be changed to remove an address if it's on the same parcel?
I don't think that's the issue here. What they're saying is that the license is given without a specific address when they're granted. When we grant them,
They
they
have
can't
to
be
stay
transferred
for
for
3
3 years. That's the only restriction that language was implying.
But, you know, it's either, you know, it's go with that or
So you get 6 with a restriction, or you get none.
there's no debate over
No, we can get the 6.
with restriction.
And the restriction
I
is
just
just 5
said,
years, is what you're saying.
6 with a restriction or none.
We don't have to pre-name a destination,
Correct.
location,
Correct,
address.
yeah.
Okay.
If we did, my conversation with Rep. Hogan is if we were to do that, specifically ask for a specific location in our home rule petition, that we were asking for a specific address that we want to see an additional license above our quota for, then we wouldn't have that restriction. But because they're granting 6 more licenses, you know, as a whole, you know, they're putting in a location restriction.
So I don't want to drag this out because it's getting late, but when time comes in December, say, let's just say everything works perfectly and we get these 6 licenses that come in December, can we juggle these licenses and say, okay, these are the 6 that the legislature just gave to us. They're going to go to our really permanent places that we know are not going to move within the next, you know.
No, because
So we
they're-
can't take away the ones they have and distribute that out
I
to
think once
somebody
they're
else.
assigned a license number. That's the approved license that's approved
Okay, so we
locally and
can't
then at
do
the
that.
ABCC.
Just renewing those
You're
licenses.
renewing the license that
All right.
we've already granted.
I'm trying to strategize.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but they're always renewed the license they've initially been awarded. So that license number and everything, approval carries annually with the renewal as well. So I would recommend that the board vote.
Do we
to
know if, one
approve.
last question, Kevin, do we know if Hudson, when they recently got their home rule petition, which was an additional, that they were stuck with this restriction as well?
I didn't specifically ask Rep. Hogan that. She did imply that this has been in place for a while. I believe that they did have the same language proposed, because I think they've been doing it since, you know, like at least the last 3-4 years. Actually, it says in here,
Spiliotis.
it's 2009.
Yeah, 2000, letter said 2009.
Yeah, so, it's, you know, unless Hudson, I don't think Hudson specifically went in with a purchase, a additional quorum request for specific locations. I think they just, you know, they went in for additional.
They wanted them for the development.
Yeah, exactly. So I assume that, yeah, they had the same restriction on their license as well.
I would agree that, you know, that it makes more sense to ask for them rather than to not get any,
Right.
even though I'm not happy with the restrictions.
Yeah, I don't think they care.
No, I know they don't care.
Just in case you wonder.
Yeah, they're not gonna, they don't care what we think, I guess, but, so,
So you were authorized to sign the letter.
yeah, we'll just sign it tomorrow. Tomorrow, Thursday or something.
Okay.
And we've already voted on it,
It was voted on. He has the authorization to sign the letter.
so,
On my behalf.
are you done?
I'm done.
Your 5 minutes of fame?
I'm done. Thanks
All
for
right.
the spotlight.
Yeah, you're welcome. I won't bore you, I'll let you get back to us, since it is getting late with the park on Waltham Street curb update and the running tab there, the running tab
Yeah,
on that piece of property. I mean,
You
just
want an
for-
update
maybe-
now, is that
No,
so?
you just give it to us on the next meeting.
Okay.
Just-
I think it'll all be done by the
That's
next meeting.
That's a dead horse, but it'd be interesting to find out what the final number is that town is due. The other thing, one of the other things that Kevin
3
and I...
weeks to date.
Kevin and I had discussed
Times
was...
1,500 times 21.
Yeah, back a while ago, Toby Fetter was in,
Yes.
and Kevin and I have invited him back to actually finish his proposal and go through his presentation on water and sewer rates. Because at his last time here, he didn't get to complete his presentation. And I don't think that anyone would be comfortable setting the rates without him actually running through his whole presentation. So he's gonna come back the next meeting, right?
Yes, he's prepared to come on the 4th. Yep.
And then I guess we've been asked, there's a couple things,
We also, just to add to that, we have end-of-year FY15 revenues and we're in a better position, although we don't want to get in the habit of setting rates in August. But we are in a better position, we can relook at some of the revenue that's come in for FY15 enterprise funds and perhaps get a better percentage, a lesser percentage increase as we redefine it. But still, ultimately, I would anticipate a sewer increase to at least cover for the senior rate relief stuff at a minimum.
so, okay, and then we have there was the,
Did you get that update on
a discussion about redevelopment principles. I spoke to Bill Nemser about it,
She sent it.
and he does not believe that we have any
Think she
written
meant to send it to you.
redevelopment principles, so that if that's something that we want to develop, we can do that with him in some form or fashion. And then we had the rules subcommittee that Bill Cranshaw, Jason, and I were working on for the cemetery, the water and sewer. We finished up the naming policy, so we still have those. We still have those to handle, and we're looking. We probably need one more person to join that subcommittee, if anyone would like to volunteer. And there's also something hanging out there that I was asked about recently that I was unaware of, and that's a nuisance bylaw. Something about nuisance bylaws.
Yeah.
Yes,
Those are being redone?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think what I'd like to do is
Oh,
have...
just hit me on the side of the head a couple times. What do you mean? Yeah.
No,
What
being
does that
redone.
mean?
So
who's redoing them? 'Cause
the
there's a document from
town
Lisa
council.
Mead.
Yeah.
She has a document that she's done with.
She has done one that the board
The board
did not
rejected that.
approve.
Oh, the board didn't
So
approve it.
when I say, she's looking at, I've asked her to go back, look at that one, look at other communities, and come up with something that, the scope of what that original bylaw was just way too cumbersome, and it was much more than what the board was looking for, so they...
How long ago was this, Kevin?
This was...
3 years. Mike was still here.
Yeah, but it was
Dawn
put
was-
forward...
Don, Mike,
Yeah, 3 years.
It's...
Got it?
No, this
This
is
is a bylaw
May
that-
20th of 2013. It
Yeah,
was-
it was, I was the one that put it forward for, that town meeting, and,
It never made it to town.
never made it, yeah, it never got
And
put
we
on
never
the
approved
warrant.
that control.
So we were gonna revisit it, there was no, in fact, there was no desire to do that when it was looked at again, it was kinda like, we'll get to it.
All right, so
So still, yeah, it's still something that we ought to look at doing.
can we get a clarification on that? So we have language already in the bylaws for nuisance,
Right.
which I know Bill Nemser was going to, I think, talk to you and talk to town council about the efficacy of that language that already exists.
Yeah.
Beyond that, several years ago, the nuisance bylaw was put forward and was not moved forward. Now come to 12 months ago, you put forward some nuisance bylaw language for commercial and 5 residential plus that basically is languishing in the subcommittee, for lack of a better description. What is being reviewed now?
Nothing. I
That
mean,
previous,
Yeah.
what's sitting in the subcommittee is being reviewed, or we're looking at what's in the existing bylaw? What,
both.
so
I
that
mean,
we can
so
move this
what's
forward?
being-
What-
I mean, the intent, we were talking about trying to put something back on for this fall. So it's just starting back up, the conversation of, to include, looking at the existing bylaws, which were reviewed. What the original request was, which was prior, was that, the original request came from Mike. I presented what was the result of it, which did not go to the warrant article. And then there was a revision of that which minimized it, which Jason's referring to, that was still, they still felt like they didn't want to, too much, I
There
think,
was,
to deal with.
not to speak for the folks who didn't like it, but there was an issue of, no, not you, if you didn't like it, then you can add it to the list, was more about notification and penalty. It
Yeah.
wasn't necessarily the language of the nuisance bylaw, but one member had some issues with the notification procedure and the penalties, and I believe that was all state laws, 21G.
Yeah, 21D, non-criminal,
D.
21D, non-criminal disposition ticketing. And the 21D process is something the town adopted years and decades ago, and is the enforcing provision. The board wanted a bylaw, but it seemed at the time like it was very much like they didn't want to enforce penalties.
I just wanted to put forward what some of the issue was.
Yeah.
As I recall it, and my goal is not to debate whether 21D is good or bad, or.
Yeah, no, fair enough.
I just wanted to make sure that
So-
if we're starting this again, which I'm all for, that we can start from the most recent thing and just kind of push it over the goal line, presumably, not restart the whole process.
The original thing, which morphed into what it was a direct result of Don Capello requesting Mike to look at a blight bylaw to deal with Murphy and Snyder, and how do we deal with that particular location and building. And then it morphed into that, but also including noise, several other things that, may not necessarily be a bad idea, but the board, at least with that passed, thought it was too much to digest and wanted to scale it down. Council revisited it, scaled it down. I think it was brought to the subcommittee, and, I mean, there hasn't been any conversation about it.
My recollection is it came to the board,
Yeah.
but it was then dropped to subcommittee, and then sort of fell off the radar while water, sewer,
Right.
cemetery regs, well, a number of other regs were being updated. Okay, thank you.
I think it fell off when the dog licensing notifications came out, and the enforcement letters behind that, to be honest with you, but aside from that, it's back on my radar, and, we've gotten interpretations from Attorney Talaman, Jay Talaman, who's a land use attorney with Laverne Borowski, Mead and Talaman, and he thought there was some pretty good language already there, but we're continuing to analyze that, so.
Okay.
So as far as the subcommittee goes, can you just tweak Chris about the water and sewer regs? Because that was they were kind of with him when last we spoke, right?
I talked to him tonight.
I did tweak him. and
Ahead of
that
this
wasn't-
meeting.
It wasn't how he thought it was left, so.
Yeah, ahead of this meeting, there's clearly some misunderstanding as to who was putting together the next set of revisions.
Yeah.
I had that conversation with
That's
him.
him.
That was the question.
Yeah, because you and I had the same conversation
So-
when I met with Chris.
Okay, so what,
He
so
was-
is it,
he's
is
on
it
the
Jason
impression
and
he's
I,
waiting
and
for the board.
it's someone to be named later, is it an odd table, or is it back in his?
I thought it was in.
Because I thought it was in his.
I'll certainly step
I wasn't there.
volunteer to. No, I talked to him this evening. Subcommittee, but
Okay.
I can go later.
So I meet with him tomorrow. I'll make sure it's on his priority list to get whatever changes the board requested and the subcommittee requested. And I guess we'll be waiting to hear from you. He does better with deadlines, so if you say the subcommittee's meeting in 2 weeks, then we'll go from there. But I don't know if you've given any thought to when you want to have a subcommittee meeting.
Can't do it till after August 9th, but okay.
So I'll talk with him tomorrow.
That's okay. So that's it from I think, board member reports. Tim?
You have a civil service update by any chance?
As far as the, so I have the update which I sent out which I sent out to the board from Rep. Hogan as to the status of where it is in committee with the Public Service Committee. It's been presented to Public Service Committee, but it hasn't actually been acted on or voted on. And in her letter, in conversation with her, she fully anticipates it getting acted on. It just hasn't come to that point yet, at which time it'll come out of committee and then will be moved along the process for ultimate approval. They also had a Civil Service Commission hearing on the 15th for that bypass, that bypass hearing of that